welcome to tonight's episode of Skeptic and Ranting, unlocking the mystery of life. Dun dun dun. Well, that's right, we are going to be watching a video from the channel Parable Religious History Documentary called The Scientists Beginning to Doubt the Theory of Evolution, Unlocking the Mystery of Life. That's right, baby. We're back for part 2.
You forgot the YouTuber part in front of that
YouTuber.
Right.
Parable Religious History.
Yes. Yeah.
So won't you join James W. and myself, Amy Newman, for a good time worth evolving into the mystery of life for. I do want to thank everyone out there for joining us on the intertubes. Oh, it's coming out of the colon. There we go. Thank you so very much. Please don't forget to like out there on the YouTubes. Hitting that upvote helps us get out there on the algorithm. Follow on Twitch. We passed 100. Now it's just back in that active chat community at twitch.tv/ABNewmanSkeptic. Also, thank you, Beamsy. Number 4. Thank you, Beamsy, for sending so many fantastic Twitch subscriberships. And, of course, subscribing. Speaking of subscribers, on YouTube. Hi, YouTube. Hi, Mom. Where you can not only subscribe, which is, like getting a pin to say, okay, I like this, but YouTube says, hey, if you want me in your feed, if you want more action, then you better hit that bell icon to all so that you see our premieres or join our live streams like last night's premiere of EF Dawa versus myself. I thought that it was a lot of fun. It got apparently a lot of traction. I am excited. I was telling James, I don't know if it was because it's that atheists like that sort of content, or it's because I sent the link out into Discords and I saw a bunch of pro-Muslim comments. And so, hello, Muslim brothers and sisters. And I saw even, I think, a debate challenge, which, hey-o, I'm all for that. I think they said on the same subject because it is one of the pillars of my anti-theism is events like, I shouldn't just say events like 9/11 because then it makes it sound like it's because of Muslims or 9/11 that I hang my anti-theism on, but it is in fact that is just one pinnacle example of a religious fundamentalist. Yes, being able to make, once again, we don't even know if they were bad people. That is the insidious thing about religion. It's safe to say the religious leaders like Osama bin Laden are evil, deranged. And yet the people that he controlled were probably just recent converts, newly radicalization, extreme form of Wahhabism that, most, the Muslims that you drink coffee with while you're working at Walgreens or you're working wherever are just normal everyday people, just like Christians are good everyday people, and the radical fundamentalists out there, well, they want to bring on the Handmaid's Tale in real life. And that is the actual, the extreme version of the fundamentalist, who Mormonism, who have the polytheism. All of these takes, they are the more accurate version of the text, of the reading.
What the hell?
What
You got to start dancing, Amy.
Let's start dancing? Oh, yeah. my. Holy moly. Dancing. I know, I was going to say, and I can see, I can't help it. For every super sticker, I like to interact it. So, a big love. A $50 super chat.
Thanks so much, Ian.
So very much love. And, James is kind of right.
Yeah, there you go. They want to see you guys want to see Amy bust the move out.
I will say my singing.
The theists love it.
Slightly, but
the theists love it. You can bet Praise is gonna. Hopefully he'll take that and then shamelessly put some copyrighted music on it and peddle it out as his own content. But Amy, keep dancing, keep dancing.
Oh my goodness!
He wants to see more.
I feel like we have to give so much.
Thanks so much. Ian.
So much love. In fact, I feel like I'm going to have to
Aussie dollars, Tsunami City, and has been so generous with the Aussie dollars.
Well, and Ian Davenport very specifically reminds us that I have to do a double take now, that watchmaker arguments are so bad. Just completely reminding us that irreducible complexity, Kalam, watchmaker, there hasn't actually been many good creationist arguments that we come across.
Last week on the challenge on Thursday, we didn't hear too many good Christian theist arguments.
Indeed. And I will say, and I'm sending all the love, like I was also telling James, I think this episode, this last clip, because that's what we've really been calling them, has shown us anything. It's that James and myself are probably going to be going on more dawa, on more apologist channels. And so I was trying to send love. I was at Praises or Standings. I was on one of their channels. I was trying to go side by side with Praise. I mean, Big Bad Mama. She's always sending them a lot of love in there. Woo-hoo. And so we cannot help but send you love, Ian, for all of the love that you have sent. I will remind everyone that I have been setting it up, summoning the Lord of Props himself. We are summoning Cthulhu? No, Carrot Top to roast the Skeptic and Ranting community. And it's because of your guys' kind, generous donations, your guys and gals. And so I'm just going to keep on showing it back and forth.
Thanks so much, Ian.
And also, I didn't even interact with what the super stickers are. Hold on. These are two very... Are they... Okay, it is. It is a rocket. It is a man riding a rocket. And I need space. James is like...
rocket?
So many. I do have so many of these freaking baskets.
You have a rocket prop.
A rocket prop. I think I need a rocket prop. I have an Earth. I should get like a spaceship.
You have a Nick Suter prop?
Boo boo. A Nixon. In time. On time. In a $400. I need a $400.
Newman
suit.
time.
Newman time. All right, now I have space, but it is a rocket. James, this is an intellectual channel here. I stand by it. Oh my goodness. Can I speak of, let me just
okay with it.
Brag for just like the 1 second, is that I really am starting to feel like a professor as of this week, because I gained access to my course. And I finally have all the ability to edit my modules and all of that happy stuff.
Your course material, curriculum,
yes,
everything.
I finally, And I had like a really like, I don't know, a derpy happy moment where I was sitting there just being like, this looks good and this looks good. But I wonder, can I add this? And it took me a second. And I had to go, I can add whatever I want. I'm the team. If I want a specific HTML and CSS course, I can just find whatever I want and add that video right on there. If I feel like, I know this sounds so dorky,
for educational purposes,
like thinking about how to make like discussion boards more entertaining, and I think I'm going to have like an A subject and a B subject, and it's always going to be like the A subject is going to be the highly more technical subject, and then the B subject is going to be like a more personalized version, and so people can have like more meatier discussions. Like, why is it always important to put tags into your code? And then maybe it could just be an example of why do you think that note-taking, can you give an example when note-taking came important to you, or something was actually advantageous from taking notes? And so like that would be like the B subject, which I don't think many other discussions. So like it's going to be my thing. Once again, so abstract, so obscure, but I'm like so excited about it.
Have fun with it.
But yes, thank you so very much, Ian Davenport. Thank you
Thanks,
to everyone out there who supported us, all of the entire Skeptic and Ranting community. We could not have done it without you. And you will be seeing
Australian dollars.
Yes, which technically doesn't exist. Everyone that lives either in Australia or New Zealand works for NASA very specifically, since the Earth is flat. I think that's what we've been told, right, James? I'm pretty sure.
They work for that. I mean, they really work for George Soros, but NASA is like the shell corporation that he sets up to pay them. But
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean, the money, it goes from Soros to NASA to them, but yeah.
And so I just want to thank all of our NASA employees. I want to thank all of you out there. And yes, more down. Woo! Oh, I'm coming back to the Chatosphere.
So
That's
Ian.
right. We want to thank people like you as well. We are live. What is up, Ian and Tsunami and In Time and April and Jordan and Ellie and James and Michael
Peterson.
Smith, Jordan Peterson. That's right. Oh my goodness, we're gonna segue into that subject in a second. I think of Jordan Peterson. I think of struggling young men, apparently, and then apparently every once in a while, James, you take a roulette and apparently you fall on an LGBTQ person after a million straight white boys. We'll talk about that in a second. Nerdy wrote it. It happens. Matasaro, Duchess of Clutches, sending love, David, Nicholas. I shouldn't make light of it. I only make light of it because we've made light of it. Our politicians have made light of it for so long. Yeah, I'll transition into that and I'll make a statement. An official statement. But there was a continued, we have a McDonald's of tragedies in this country. No one serves them up more often than we do. And it's been going on for years. I've actually talked about this for a while, and I've been developing a bit, trying to go back and forth on how to talk about it. And since the roulette, after the number is in the 300s since Columbine, the original, and almost all of them follow the original template still to this day. Columbine was supposed to be a bombing event. It was not supposed to be a mass shooting. I always joke that this was a showcasing, unfortunately, of our funding of our educational system, in that the Dylan and
Eric
were not able to actually successfully do their plan. It was never supposed to be a shooting. The shooting was the backup plan because the bombs did not go off. And yet, that has become the template. That has become the template for what I would say is a massive outcrying in a very specific field. I talked about this with my partner as well today, and we kind of both have the same. With her, she is a bit more pessimistic. I'm more optimistic on the solution. However, we both have basically what the same stem of the problem is. And it's a shame that it takes to, once again, I hope that the actual solution is a little bit more obvious once it will become to my conservative religious brothers and sisters, now that it's maybe someone that is not themselves, that it is not the straight white persona that we're used to. Now, not to knock straight white personas, because clearly that has been the 300. And so what should we be talking about? It is that there's a darkness that is fueled from a type of, I hate to just sum it up as bullying, because you can see this almost in our justice reform system, when you get thrown into jail and you get a system of survival. But if there's one thing I could link to jail and high school, it's a system of survival. And so you have a lot of this toxicity that will come from a lot of maybe gentlemen young boys who got picked on at home, starting from their fathers, who tell them that maybe, you're not right here and other people aren't right. And so when they go to school and when they pick on others because they try to pass that toxicity off from child to father to third party, well, that third party unfortunately absorbs it. And they absorb it and they absorb it and they absorb it. And eventually they decide that they are going to get that power back. And it doesn't, this is why guns are, you could talk about guns. And we could talk about that either. It doesn't help how many guns we have in the gun culture. However, I am thoroughly convinced that if these boys, often, sometimes girls, but oftentimes boys, had knives, mustard gas, a fucking pencil, they would be doing the exact same thing. Because what they are trying to do is grasp for a slight bit of power that they have not been able to achieve in society. And has often been kicked into their gut. And so they take that back. And in that moment, in ruining oftentimes not only the person that took away the power, but oftentimes innocent bystanders who had nothing to do with the situation, who were often powerless victims, just part of the system themselves. They are now stuck in a situation because before it was completely abstract, and now it's real. Not only is now it's real, But now the damage that they have given on to others is irreparable, unchangeable, possibly as physically and mentally harmful as what has happened to them, and is now clearly physically harmful to others. And so what did they do? What is the only way out? Ladies and gentlemen, we know what the only way is out, and most of the time it is not apprehension. Most of the time, apprehension is not what they want. And so, thus ends, completes, and continues to fill a cycle where we will not address the problem until we look at the heart of this absolute, I call it darkness. When I say toxicity, I can feel like someone going, how postmodern of you, in the back of my head, but I don't know what else to label it. You know, it is a sickness that will not be able to overcome until we're able to be empathetic, kinder, and fairer to each other. And when we learn that all three of those are a strength, and we start to teach it to our children. And I guess that's my long and short of that. Because what else can you say? I know of all the times to say it, I know it's a complicated problem. And I know we're a religious a religious and anti-religious and a pro-Mythbusters podcast. But I would be remorse if I didn't take the time to say this. And I do hope that we take this moment of the 300. Maybe that's how many it took. Maybe it'll take one of my own. I'm skeptical that it will, and yet I am optimistic that it will at least draw attention, maybe, to a few people who, you know, it never hurts until it's drawn into your circle, but sometimes it needs to be. And all right, I love you all. We're gonna move on to, I think, shout outs, and going to be going on to, this is our part 2. We are Skeptic and Ranting on unlocking the mystery of life. Yes, it is the second half, because
scientists are beginning to doubt evolution, which,
indeed,
spoiler alert, they're not.
They're not, indeed. And they had packed this all together. This was an hour-long video that we split into 2 30-minute chunks. We're going to be watching the second half of the video tonight.
Food and lascivious.
But this is also what they do, is they try and pack evolution with abiogenesis. Because they think if they can attack abiogenesis, well, then clearly evolution will fall by the wayside. However, they are, although they're connected within the fields of natural science, evolution would happen whether there was a creator or not. Natural selection, artificial selection, sexual selection, all of these pressures would still be applying themselves to life, and will continue to apply until
reproduction with variation. That's it.
That's it.
But considering how big of a swing and a miss they took on evolution, I just can't wait to see what these guys have in store for us today.
And I will say, sending love to April Cox. As you look at so I noticed there were 2 people they recommended. I haven't looked into them yet, but is there anything interesting on them, April Cox? Are they Muslim philosophers? I do like doing my opposition research. So before next time, I had planned. A lot of times, I had one guy. I do like sometimes buying their book. I have one of. I'm trying to remember if I have Michael Behe's book, or I have some of the creationist text. Though I was once offered a book that the guy said, "Come talk to me about this," and it was like $150 text. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I would love to. You got a Kindle version? I'm trying to order all. Here's God and the Folly of Faith. That's a little bit different. Sam Harris's book. Maybe closer to my fiction section.
Idiot's Guide to Extra Large Dildos.
Yeah, oh my. I definitely have that somewhere. I have This Book is Gay. That's kind of close.
There you go.
Which is right next to my SpeedOfSound book. Very proudly.
Rules for Radicals?
Good, sir. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Yeah. Triggering the right.
And like I said, I have conservative aspects of myself. You won't hear many other people talk as much about family and community and culture. It's just that I'm not illiberal, is what I'm realizing. Is that I do have liberal tendencies, and they just aren't as... They're not the as they would call it, the pro-cancel culture, the thin-skinned. I find oftentimes the religious people that we go up against, oh my gosh, James, don't say the Lord's name in vain.
I can't deal with the blasphemy on here. I just
so much blasphemy.
Did you just talk about sodomizing the Lord Jesus, Amy? Oh,
I did. Yeah, my favorite thing is reminding Christians that sodomy includes oral. So if you did have oral sex at any point in your life,
that is technically included. You're a
right
sodomite.
to hell. That's right. You're a sodomite. They're just so focused on butt sex. Very specifically butt sex. Lesbians get a pass somehow. But, yeah.
Most of them watch lesbians.
They don't
care about that.
But that's not gay. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
come on, James.
That's beautiful. They don't
that's
care
just,
about that.
In fact, that's double straight if you think about it.
Yeah. Nothing Jesse Lee Peterson's gonna be watching.
Never. No. Why would you have...
That's two women?
James, you would want two men. That's how you would know that it's super straight.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Two women.
Basically. But also, there are so many ways you can help support the channel. I have to just send, Ian Davenport. I just want to give you a hug right now. Thank you so very much for all the love. And I'm really excited. I want to see it because I've seen a bunch of, Carrot Top stuff where he's done, birthday gifts. He's just been like, hello, everybody. It's your favorite 50-year-old lesbian. That was something that he actually said. Something close to that. And so he's like, oh, no, just Carrot Top. He's a pretty cool guy. He's very self-deprecating, even though he's not an ugly-looking guy, which is a funny thing to say. A lot of redheads get a lot of shit when they're younger, but I don't know. You lift and you wear guy liner, and then all of a sudden, which is a tip. Guys, guy liner, it does work. Eyeliner just makes everyone look better. Anyway. It's a true fact, though. Anyway, sending so much love. I also see Rejos.
Thanks, Rejos. Good to see you. Shout outs.
So many hearts. That's right. Butt stuff is approved. Yes. Super chats. There's the word. You can just feel the gears are working in my brain tonight. Super chats are like sending tips to the channel. They are another great way to support the show. We'll show them on screen. We'll send love and do props. We'll show dinosaurs. It'll be a great time. Ah, dragons. It's like fucking Narnia.
Yeah, look, they're in the Bible.
And they use language. And I swear it is only because they think that we believe that, their stuff is mythology and fairy tales. So they're like, evolution, it's a fairy tale.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. But the talking donkeys, it was you and Shrek. Those were like the two tied. And only one of those is the greatest stories on Earth. And let me tell you, it wasn't the one with the Tower of Babel. We also can have channel membership. Channel membership has been growing as we have our evolving badge system, and we've been watching people evolve, which has been the best thing out there as people just stay with the channel and part of the Skeptic and Ranting community. We are one day going to have our first rocket. I'm excited.
Rocket.
That's right, because I think you start all the way with just a little flask.
SpaceX.
And then you get one day. Of course, we never went to space, I think, right? Probably. I love flat earthers to just sit there and deny space. How can you deny space when there's so much between that head? I'm just kidding. I love you.
It is fun just to go and fuck with them in chat sometimes, just because they are every modern day debate. Every modern day, you got Iron Horse, Flat Earth Aussie in there spamming chat with his bullshit Flat Earth talking points.
Well, they also are some of the most thin-skinned. You go on there, and basically they will ban you for cursing. If you are on Nathan's channel, they will ban you for two reasons. For cursing and not presenting evidence. And let me tell you, do you know what that means? That means when you present evidence and they disagree with you that it's evidence, they ban you. Boop! Can you imagine if we banned
everything? Nathan Thompson get up there. I used to have the largest Flat Earth group on Facebook. We had over 100,000 members. We did not allow cursing or insults. Every single time he mentions that, like, okay, dude, yeah, we get it. You don't want to see cursing. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Go jerk somebody else off. Who gives a shit?
That's right. James is like, I thought Mossad can't. What's that?
Yeah.
James, we're going to have to shut the stream down. I'm just going to hit end right now. But yes, no, I know. They had like flatearthblogspot.jerk.com and jerkmate. And I think they probably moved it or probably did something. Yes. Mark was on SFT tonight. That is I did see. They had some sort of answer show as well. Send love to Base.
It's a morality debate, right?
Sending love to Mark. Yes, it was with praise on standing. Because I think I Googled praise and then I'm like, no, it was praise on standing. So go check that out because Mark is amazing. And
hey, good to see you, Dale Pastel out there.
What is up, Dale? We're going to probably be going on there ourselves.
Dale, that they make so much money from those debates get so much super chats, those Flurf debates on modern day debate. You just see him come in left and right. He makes bank off those flat earth debates.
I just want to do more religious debates. So religious people, the call out is up to you. I did see on that last stream upload that I'm going to be, let's see what, hold on, give me a second to find.
Dawa challengers.
Yes. Wahahaha. Their name was the Muslim Apologist. Well, I guess that speaks for themselves. They are, okay. Fits the bill. And all right, I would love to do that because I am going to be doing a more promptu debate use with James. We're going to be both doing more debate me bras. And we want more Theus. Don't be afraid. Don't be shy.
She doesn't
I'm
bite.
bi. Exactly. Unless you're into that. And channel membership, Twitch subscribership with our flair. Don't you want some flair? Oh, mare. Oh, bear. Fancy nair.
Amy, Praise had 46 pieces of flair. And you only have 22. Now, what do you think, Amy, about people who only do the bare minimum?
James, I can't respect it. I feel like we're gonna have to out flare.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can't take that. But setting so much
diamond crusted asshole. You'll need to have so much.
Oh my. Which, is the end thing nowadays.
I bet.
In matches. And sending love to our last but not least. Oh, and you can become a Twitch subscriber or a channel member right down there, just hitting the button. Boop-a-doop, boop. As well as the best way to help us. And we are only 29. Ladies and gentlemen, we're not far. 30 minutes in. Well, that
37.
too. This was for. I say this every time. We had a PSA I had to do today, but we are 29. Can I do math? We are $29 away from hitting our first Patreon goal we set forward when we started the channel. We're almost there at $200. Woo-hoo! And so the best way to help become a supporter, help make even more content, even more props, is by heading out to patreon.com/Amy Newman and becoming a supporter. I have multiple things that I'm going to be releasing to Patreon. They will be also eventually leaking down into our Twitch subscribership and our channel membership, and then our subscribers and viewers, all you. But I definitely am giving so much love over to our Patreon. I have a whole bunch of new projects. I've had the Skeptic and Skeptic Gaming logo is done. It came out amazing. I'm so happy with it.
Amazing.
So that'll be on there. My Nation of Angels stuff is going to be on there. I just have all sorts of fun new content, and so check for that. As well as we have a $29 super chat coming in. Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much.
Thanks so much, man.
Show, Dale and Show.
What a guy, Dale.
I don't know why I feel like so tall. I feel extra tall. I want to dance and fit my whole body in. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, that's it. Twerking on there you go. We'll be on the next
twerk like I am a billion years old. Like it's like seriously someone who shouldn't be twerking. Nonetheless.
There you go. Just to make the fundamentalists a little more uncomfortable.
A little bit more. Hold on. I got this. That's the bucket falls you're supposed to. Dun, 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 dun. All right, we're a late night podcast, though.
But when are they coming to install the pole in that room?
Oh my, that's a coming soon. That's next week, right? Oh my. If we could drive the fun. I don't want to be too risque, or else I'll make a fundamentalist pass out. Though maybe that's what we need to do. Thank you so very much, Dale. Thank you so very much, Dale, Ian, all of you guys and gals, the Skeptic and Ranting community. We love you so much. And with that, we're going to do, I swear, our quick shout-outs. And then head into the Skeptic and Ranting, unlocking the mystery of life. We're watching the opposing view as they take more pot shots at evolution and try to tie abiogenesis there, even though abiogenesis makes complete sense. Like, scientists should be humble. It is the outskirts of what we are learning in the scientific field, and yet there's such good reasons for why life arose on this planet. It doesn't seem random. It's not like we are an ice planet.
Life is here, right? And life is based
queer.
on chemicals, right? So we haven't heard of any magical start for life that actually makes any amount of sense, right? We haven't heard any logical claim from anybody about an origin for life, magical, that actually is coherent. So it would seem to me that all we really have is the natural world to turn to for an explanation. And looking at it from that way, it would seem that at some point life had to arise from non-life. Organic had to come from inorganic. And we've seen lots of things that would point us in that direction, like amino acids from space.
Yeah, it just seems like proteins evolving from carbon liquid water makes a little bit more sense than poof. But, poof is always a good model too.
As T-Jump's always like, okay, so we don't know all the steps, but we have a few of them. So therefore we have way more than, you guys have on the religious side. You guys don't have any of the steps. Just God, poof, life. I mean, yeah, how can you argue with logic like that?
Exactly. It's basically science. And okay, on that note, we're going to begin shout-outs like sending love to davegar! Woohoo! Reminding us that, yes, the Earth is indeed round, and it is indeed old. And I say old because 4.5 billion is actually not old in universal. The universe is 13.8 billion. It's not even old in universal terms, but whatever. Sending so much love. No, 6 to 10,000. That totally makes sense. They're basically the same thing. They're big numbers, right? Sending love to davegar. Sending love to Emily as we remind everyone out there that the LGBTQ community triggers out of creationists.
Do they ever?
Yes. And it just turns...
And they're gonna keep doing it too.
And they're going to keep doing it, yes. Because we tend to be stronger than God. Because I can lift a Gatorade bottle and God cannot. It's like these little things.
Oh, just you wait till the judgment day. You'll see.
Oh, I know. I always love the vague threats that can only happen after we die.
Oh, just you wait and see, Amy. Ooh. God is going to be so mad at you.
And speaking of spice, what's up, pseudonym? A $5 super chat. Sending so much love for the support. Can we see any example of inorganic to organic without speculation? Is this a poof moment in science? Love ya. Just got in myself. Kiss, kiss. Sending love, pseudonym. Sending love right back to you. And I would say that it is not our poof moment. It is this is the edge of what we can observe. What we can actually... because we can do experiments like the early Earth. We can try and make inorganic compounds or organic compounds come from inorganic material, but we can't actually recreate unless we're going to go out there and make another planet. And so, nonetheless, not only that, but we have good reason to think why it came about chemically. As John Stewart lovingly says, carbon is the slut of the periodic table. It is the most chemically volatile. It makes more chemical combinations than all others combined. And we also have liquid water. Like if we actually were on a frost planet where liquid water could not form, which would not, without a solvent, then carbon wouldn't be able to have any reactions, then it would be almost, I wouldn't say a miracle, but it would be way more surprising.
Right.
Like if even Pluto had life, it would be way more surprising. And yet the fact that it's like the planet that's like not too close to the sun and not too far away, it's like in this little Goldilocks zone, that actually like that makes yeah. Well, where else would it be?
Well, the thing is, we've found amino acids on meteors from space, and we've made amino acids in the lab, and those are already organic compounds. That the jump from inorganic to organic, we've already crossed that bridge. Now they'll run in and say, "Well, whoa! You have a lot of steps to get from just amino acids to proteins." And yeah, we do. Yeah, we don't know all the steps,
but
we can't get started.
But not only that, but if we ask the other way, there's no steps. Like if we ask, how did the creator do anything? All we get is that is an unfair answer. We can't figure that out. We can't know that.
Yeah.
Like I'll ask that in the opposite direction that you're going for, a self-replicating molecule. How did the creator create the first self-replicating molecule, or the first step? Like, I would love to know. And sending love to you, pseudonym. Keep on sending in super chats, and we'll keep on reading them up on screen. And we'll.
Pat has an opinion here.
Oh, and Pat. From Pat, a $2 fantastic loving super chat. Anyone saying the Earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old, yo, are idiots. I mean,
yeah.
Let me just. I don't want to I don't want to do any name calling, and yet if I'm just going to agree with something that Pat is just saying here, just let me just give a little defense. Oh, I know, I see. What's up, C Science? But let me just, in fact, while all of our creationist friends are coming, the difference, okay, a small numeral difference, 6, 0, 0, 0, and 4.5 0 0 0 0 0 0 0 0. James, do you see like a subtle difference between those two numbers?
Yeah, a little bit. But
basically the same.
Book did say a thing, so I don't know. What are we going to do with that?
That's true. A book did indeed say a thing.
Archbishop Usher, he added up those dates, and he got his numbers, and
he checked them twice.
What are we going to do?
Who was naughty and nice?
Yeah.
Indeed.
He added up the numbers. Don't you see?
But you are raw, not you, but to say that the Earth is 6,000 to 10,000 years old, you are off by a margin of 99%. 99%. Like, to get a 1 in biology course is not good. That's not a good grade. But thank you so much, Pat.
It's not guessed.
Distance to far off stars and galaxies is guessed. hinged on the estimated age of the universe. We're using... I assume, see science, you do not believe in the red shifting of cosmological bodies? I'm open-minded to scientists saying otherwise, but that's right. We need to make convince James to twerk.
Shout outs. Don't we have shout outs?
Shout outs. That's right. FUCUS. Sending love also to the one, the only, the lovely Rachel Holen. Reminding us that the bad slavery is when you take people from the nations around you. That's what we call biblical slavery. The good slavery is when you get pink fuzzy cuffs and a strap-on. Subtle difference.
The Bible says to your neighbor, not loving. Therefore, that overrides what you just said. It's not really biblical.
James, you can love your neighbor. They just need to consent to it. We can get those. Right. We can get those pink fuzzy cuffs.
They get the option. They can either die or be enslaved. And if they say enslaved, then it was with their consent. No problem.
What's up, Poopy Fruit? Welcome to the stream. Well, and we'll keep on saying hi to everybody. We'll keep on reading out your comments if you tag us at James W. or Amy Newman, and we'll show them on screen and make all sorts of talky talk or fun or whatever the roastiness is if you send in super chats. So thank you so very much to all of those that have been, as well as Senator Cato reminding us of the separation of church and state. It's amazing. And it allows us to actually not have a theocracy. But also sending love to James Wolfe. James Wolfe reminding us that we now at the moon. We do kind of late night podcasts that allow us to. We've been reaching a global audience, which has been kind of nice, even though we have a lot of
don't agree with, but whatever.
The flat earthers don't like that we have so many NASA employees. However, we can't help it. It's a works program from Soros. You've been joining Christian streams lately, trying to politely debate them into reality. I hope that you've been... Yeah, indeed. I hope you've been having a good time or a little bit of luck. It is sometimes hard. So there's a statement, and I think Matt Dillahunty has been kind of propagating this, and I agree with them. There's a statement that you cannot be reasoned into something. You cannot be reasoned out of something that you were reasoned into. And that actually tends to be a little bit misleading. You can be convinced of things that you were given bad information from. A lot of times when we are younger, we just accept things as fiat. There's a good evolutionary reason for that. And so a lot of times people have to work things. My favorite is having them say things out loud. Because a lot of the stupid things that we say, we just say in our heads or we just have them. It's not till we type it or say it and then we go, oh my goodness. And all right, another $5 super chat. So much love from Pseudonym. Are evolutionists so confused that they say microevolution is macroevolution? Yes, that is the same thing. The only difference is time. When the same science they back up distinguishes both, why are they separated?
Just different ways of looking at it. Just different frames of reference, really. What's happening today with animals making babies that are reproduction with variation, that's all that's ever happened. It's never been different. It never will be different. That's all of it. That's all that ever happens. It's tiny changes in the short term over very long scale periods of time can add up to very large changes. But you would never see it in the short term.
Exactly. and it's still a good question. The difference is, I mean, there is a very subtle difference. It's time. Is that a microevolution is
Different
a
frames of reference.
single speciation, and macroevolution is just looking at the larger landscape. It's saying, and really it's just what time frame do you want to look at. You can say there's microevolution, you could say the speciation in fruit flies, but then you could say the macroevolution of the separation. I've been recently getting interested in the separation between insects and arachnids, with insects having 6 legs and arachnids having 8. Insects also have antennae, and insects fly. There are no arachnids that fly. And the all flying insects have that gene thanks to a single species of insect. They are all related to a single mutation. And so you have all these different types of winged insects, and yet you can talk about the microevolution of winged insect flight. So there's the long and short of that. Send love, Student M. We enjoy the back and forth. We enjoy you, and so send them love. And keep it coming, and we'll keep on having fun. And send in love. I see Beamsy out there. Beamsy is also another guy who I hate to say troll, but because we don't troll. Well, if you ask my partner, she will say we do troll. But it's just some of these people are so ridiculous that the only responses you can give are tongue in cheek. You can see, here's the tongue. Sending love out there to Beamsy. We worship that ass. Who doesn't? Thighs are like a close second, though. Or you could be a chest person. Who's not a chest person? I'm bisexual. I like both. Sending so much love. Shout outs. We're shouting out to people. Definitely. Shouting out loud, too. We saw him out there. Dale Pastel.
Thanks, Dale.
We've been sending so much love. Both Dale and Ian, they both gave us a lot of love tonight. We just need to, I'm like giving extra stamps of love. Boom, 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 boom. And those are cookies, by the way.
Tsunami.
Oh, my. That's right. Anti-butt assist.
Hope of butts.
Hope the butts. They don't like the twerk. Not as popular as it once was. That was a whole thing. But I lived at a time period where my was also a thing, and so
You also lived through the Macarena, even though you.
I did. I hate myself. Anyway, sending so much. Oh, we go. Another $5 super chat from Pseudonym. Would you say evolution never stops? Yes. In fact, evolution is seemingly a law of nature. It happens as long as multiple living creatures are alive. So if you have a single living creature, then there's nothing for a selection pressure to act on. But if you have
with variation,
yes, if you have populations of genes, evolution will always exist. It's like gravity. If yes, where does global warming come in? Well, that's a good question. Global warming comes in because we want a habitat that's good for ourselves. We are extremely biased. And so we could say, well, if we make the planet warmer and 99% of life dies and we die, well, doesn't that mean that another life form could take over? Yes. Yes, it does. And thus, the global warming imperative, as James Carlin would say, it's not the end of the world. the world's going to keep on spinning. The world's doing just fine. Oh, no, it's the end of us. And so we're trying to prevent that. If no, where's empirical proof outside fossils without artificial environment? No, okay. And so, yes, it is a yes, and sending love. And keep it on sending in. I see like a little one down there as well, sending so much love.
Thanks,
to them. $2. Love you, Amy and James. Just things to go into video. Absolutely. Look, we always love to support the back and forth. We hope that all of our theist brothers and sisters feel loved on this channel. Mama. In fact, speaking... Oh, was she? Oh, God, created redwood trees before the sun. Well, yeah.
What's up, Blaster Master? The trees could be there for a day waiting for the sun. That would be no big deal. There could be 1,000 years waiting for the sun.
Did they create light before the sun?
Well, God is light, so I mean, God himself could be the light.
It makes sense if you don't think about it.
I mean, remember when he let Moses see his back parts?
Oh, did he?
He bent over and let Moses see his backside because Moses couldn't look at God, the front of God, or it would have killed him.
It did, because James, you look at something that big and it goes to your head.
The whales have a 15-foot penis, which, by the way, he was doing a video on whale reproduction the other day. Again,
Kent was?
Yeah.
Oh, on Rumble or wherever the fuck he is.
Yeah,
amazing.
No, it was on the YouTube account. He's made another account.
Oh, did he make another? I said, someone said he made like a church account, right? Made like this is very much a regular church official.
Something like that. I'd have to get.
It's like him with like a mustache. You can't do a Hawaiian t-shirt because that's already a shtick. But why, hello, welcome everyone. I'm gonna be starting a new Blu-ray set soon. That's new, right? Blu-ray number 5. All right, sending so much love. We also have many creationists, the theists, Christians, Jews, Muslims. We're sending love, deists, pagans. We're sending love to Chris Disciple, reminding us that the only thing to be part of the Skeptic and Ranting community is that you just need to be skeptical of your belief systems. That's it. Just a little bit of that. And so sending love to Chris Disciple. And then we have the 3 commanders of the girl deck as we go into deep space. And we just want to thank them so very much. Multiple of them out there in chat. I see you. We see Regis as he reminds us we have a skeptic Bible study. They don't have dinosaurs, but they have dragons. And apparently it's not a mythology. And giants. And donkeys. Also, James, did you know that the chapter in the Quran that deals with the moon, guess what the chapter is called?
The male hamster scrotum?
Yes. It translated from Arabic, it's the moon.
Oh, like the ants. The chapter of the ants called The Ants.
And I just highly suggest, all right, if you are a skeptic, if you are an atheist, or I guess just against the Quran, like, just read The Ant and the Moon. And that will at least give you a good basis for how shit crazy these holy texts are.
Is that the part where Muhammad inserts his penis into a fire ant hill?
Yes. But my favorite thing about the moon is, first of all, it's...
I heard there were young ants down
there. Yeah, they were 9-year-old ants down there. Yeah, excited. My favorite thing about the moon is, first of all, just like the Bible and the Tower of Babel, it's another one of those where like a single sentence causes us so much trouble. It's like, and then he went to the moon. That's like the whole thing. And you're like, oh, okay. And then the rest of the moon is like people complaining or making fun of him how he didn't go to the moon. And they're like, and they pointed and they laughed at him. And they were like, the prophet just makes shit up. And he was like, oh, don't you see when you guys die, the unbelievers will totally be burning in hell. It's like, all right. But you guys are really defending all of this theology over a single sentence? What's up, Randolph? Cat alert, cat alert, cat alert. Woohoo! Sending love to Randolph. Sending love to the Taco, Randolph. And I proudly would say, as a panel member, I'd like to say my own. We have a stream on Randolph's as well as T-Jumps and JL Warren's channel with lovely people like Peter, Ix, all sorts of fantastic Xerxes. Well, now Mubarak just joined the team. And so sending love out there. And go check off youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. As well as, thank you so very much, Regos. Thank you so very much, Matty, reminding us that we are looking for a little bit of empirical evidence. Or no, well, we are looking. That's the setting love. Matt's, we're looking for theories. We're looking for empirical evidence for theories. And you could tell us that the Earth is flat. You could tell us that the Earth is young. But if you're just pulling it from your butt, then nobody cares. Please go get a working, testable theory.
What?
Like the little things. Right down there.
It's a good response there, Tsunami.
I have to go check out that debate. I bet it was a fun one. Bada-bo. And last, certainly not least,
Mark Reid got wrecked. I'll have to watch
that's
that.
what I said. I bet it's a fun debate. We need to get, I would say we need to get Mark on for more Debate Me Bras, but the atheists are not the problem. Mark has been like, well, I'm here, and I've been like, and I'm queer, and I cannot not rhyme that. It's just too perfect. It's like chocolate, like Oreo with like the cream filling. It's the theist.
I want to start limiting your number of times.
My number of. Oh my God, I'm gonna get cholesterol. There's so much trans fats in that statement. All right, I'll leave now. Tip your waitress. But yes, last but not least, Ian Davenport. Seriously, Ian, you gave us so much love at the beginning. It is what keeps the lights on here. We have been trying to grow. We've been doing more content, and it is thanks to all of you trying to get more clips. I am going to be uploading more of the because I wanted to give like a fine wine. I wanted to give the Theist Helpline streams a little bit of time, but now I want to start uploading them more and more. Don't want to play competition, but then after a little while, I've seen the just amazingly fun streams, and everyone seems to enjoy them. And I had another thought. Oh, and as the weather gets better, I'm going back out there, and we'll be doing more interviews on the street. The Skeptic on the Street. And so thanks to all of you. Thank you very specifically to Regis, Matt Deig, and Ian Davenport, the commanders of the Girl Deck, who give us such large support, and we just want to give you such large hearts and support right back. But really to all of our Patreons, to all of our supporters, and to all of our viewers, people like you. And so thank you all very much. Guys. And in a second, I am going to do my little runaway and then come right back. But in a second, we are going to be switching into the opposition viewpoint. We are going to be listening to a video from the channel Parable. I'm sorry, James. How dare myself? YouTuber Parable Religious History Documentary.
Yeah.
There we go. There you go. From the side, I was gonna say from the channel or from the YouTube. The scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution, unlocking the mystery of life. I can English tonight. It's gonna happen. Someone I know just today is arranging a debate with a theist. They need an impartial moderator, so I recommended you. They'll be sending me. Oh, sure. Sounds fantastic. If
Thanks,
you need
Randolph.
if they need you to come on here for Debate Me, bro, we'd be honored. If you want me to go on there, I'd love to. Either way, we are the debate community. We are the skeptic and ranting community.
Not at all, Season.
And I'm sending so much love. That breaks the whole atheist and flat earther claims that the Bible oh my.
The authors, they weren't saying anything. They were just using poetic language. That's all. They were just, he hangs the earth on nothing. Okay. Doesn't mean it's not a ball with a dome on top. A pancake with a dome on top hung on God's hanging in God's closet. There you go. And they spread the heavens like a tent. Yeah, poetic language. No science in there. And we know that this is true because nowhere were the Christians ever saying that, the universe is going to be expanding, and our Bible says that. And you guys will see, like, it's getting bigger, it's expanding, and then lo and behold, we find out that the universe is expanding. Did we figure that out from Christians or the Bible, or did the scientists go ahead and figure that out? So the scientists do the work, and then the Christians run back to their Bible and they say, is there anything in here that kind of sort of sounds like that, so we can say the Bible got it right? And there you go. That's how this works. What we need is testable predictions you can make beforehand, and then we can go ahead and later on and verify, not these post hoc rationalizations of the Bible is so damn big and there's so much in there. You can find something in there that means just about anything. Yeah. It means it's hanging in God's closet. See, science. Give us some actual science, not these silly little these poetic platitudes that don't actually mean anything. Give us some useful science about the natural world. Because you know what? We've had that Bible for a long, long time, and we've only started making these discoveries when we got to the development of science. We were in the Dark Ages for quite a while before then. And then when we invented science, and then when we figured out how the natural world works, and then the Christians all run back after that and try to give God the glory, give God the credit for figuring the whole thing out beforehand. Yeah, the universe is not a tent either. Thank you. It's not a tent.
And okay. Was just clickety clacking. What is up, Base Theory? What is up, Norfolk? What is up, all of y'all? We are about to be switching now into the opposition viewpoint. We're gonna get some true wisdom, James.
And the people that wrote the Bible still thought the world was flat. See science. Remember when it says that Satan took Jesus up to a high mountain and he could show him all the kingdoms of the world? Well, how would that work if the world was round, right? He couldn't do that because not even Satan can see around curves. So there you go. The Bible it's been wrong and it stays wrong. It just has apologists who try to take the two puzzle pieces that don't fit together, the Bible and reality, and just force them to fit together, and they just pretend that it looks great. No, these pieces fit together. Oh, trust me, you can tell. Yeah.
All right, I'm trying to find a good place. Okay. I think I have a good way to start it. 1 second, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right, Big Bad Mama. He just wants to sin.
All righty then. And I am sending love as we are skeptic and ranting on unlocking the mystery of life. Or rather, the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution, unlocking the mystery of life. And yes, this is, as we were saying last time, a Discovery Institute circle. And so that's what we're going to be getting more of this time. To me, the most dishonest thing about this video is that they never reveal that. Is that this is a paid-for propaganda video. But with that, we give you Unlocking the Mystery of Life.
The timing of the assembly instructions. But how could natural selection construct such a system?
The co-option argument doesn't explain this. You see, in order to construct that flagellar mechanism, or tens of thousands of other such mechanisms in the cell, you require other machines to regulate the assembly of these structures. And those machines themselves require machines for their assembly.
If even one of these pieces is missing or put in the wrong place, your motor isn't going to work.
Once again, that is assuming that the flagellum was made to be like an analogous motor
from the start.
And that it was incremental changes.
The goal was never to be what it was. It happened by happenstance. This is not a design. This is by luck in a way. But it's natural mutations being acted on by the environment to produce something.
And what's up, Inez? What's up, Doctor?
So this apparatus to assemble the flagellar motor
Abiogenesis
is itself irreducibly complex.
Oh, Jesus.
In fact,
here we go. And they got their marketing term. Yeah.
Here is irreducible complexity all the way down.
We know a lot about the bacterial flagellum. We still have a lot to learn. We know a lot of
irreducible complexity all the way down. That statement almost okay. That doesn't make any sense
about it. And there's no explanation for how this complex molecular machine was ever produced by a Darwinian mechanism.
Yeah, there is.
Not only that, but we know other ways, like the flagellum can be used as a method to insert genes instead of being for movement.
Well, and this is the thing. What they don't get is if we explain them one example, then they think, oh, well, I could just pull up another feature on another animal and then demand you explain that. But we don't have to. It's if you can propose something and say this can't evolve because it's irreducibly complex, and we can show you, okay, no, it can evolve, and this is how.
Also,
irreducible complexity is not a barrier to evolution, so you can't keep using it over and over again and say,
like a hammer.
Well, yeah, well, okay, well, fine. Well, tell me how this evolved then, or tell me how that evolved. Just because we don't know each step on every single item or every single feature on every single animal doesn't mean that evolution can't explain it, because it does.
Also, base theory, or anyone out there who has been listening to creationists lately, I told this to James when I was listening to maybe the Ken Hovind debate or a bunch of these recent creationist debate. What the is going on with ERVs? I am looking up ERV research, and like there is nothing that leads to creationism. Like, I don't understand where they get a connection. And when I listen to them, it just sounds like they're trying to sound technical. Like, I don't understand what retroviruses, even endogenous retroviruses, has to do with a creator. It's such this abstract thing that
their
is
whole
like,
thing. Well, their
what?
whole thing is that, oh, well, we found some of these that have a function, so therefore they were designed. They're all designed. They all have function. Even the ones that we don't know a function yet, they still do have a function that we will find out one day, maybe.
But that is
I bet
just,
we will.
So that is a new
post-hoc
junk DNA
Yeah.
argument, as in we didn't know something, now we know something, therefore God.
And by the
That
way,
is
there's still
ridiculous.
tons of junk DNA, just because they found function for some of what they used to think was junk DNA. There's still a lot of DNA that has no real function.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So he's like, while I was looking at it, I'm like, how is even a casually glancery sources check at ERVs seems to suggest that it would point towards evolution. Like, I don't understand how viruses being able to inject their DNA into another organism would be a sign of an intelligence. Like, it would be maybe if your God is once again, like, I don't even want to say a Saw victim, because even in those,
because remember, they're not thinking it's actual virus insertion, because they reject common ancestry. They think it's just God inserting these directly into the genome of all these animals in the same spot, almost to make it look like they had a common ancestor. That's why there's levels of deception here that, yeah.
I don't know. It just seems like two things.
Well, thank you, Beamsy.
A mix of something that, from all glances, would be an evolutionary field of study, and extremely complex dialogue that is easy to obfuscate, as a hide.
It's highly hyper-technical, highly technical.
Yes.
That's one reason they like it.
I can't right now, because we'll be on forever. But if you want, just if you tag me, I'll say whatever. And if you wait till the open mic, I will absolutely give you the floor. But I just had to bring that up, just because it's been driving me nuts. That, like,
well, I mean,
everything that I hear out of their mouth doesn't seem like, it doesn't seem like it points to anything. Like, I understand irreducible complexity. But with ERVs, it just seems like they just picked it. It just seems like they picked the subject at random.
Well, but Jamie did spend 4 days reading up on ERVs, so
right,
kind of checkmate atheists.
That's true. I only have my associates right now, apparently, in University of Basement. So give me a few more days, and I'll get my PhD.
Right. Then you can debunk an entire field of science.
Indeed.
In your underwear.
In your underwear, Gary. Anyway, we're jumping back into unlocking the mystery of life. Back to their obsession with Charles Darwin.
150 years ago, scientists did not know about irreducibly complex molecular machines.
They still don't.
And they came to life to hunt you down.
Yet Charles Darwin anticipated the difficulty that systems such as these could pose to his theory.
Also, last time we put it on 1.25, but it like changes the announcer voice, and I like the fact that like this is probably the most highly paid produced video from
2003,
2000 and whatever, yeah, and so they actually got him, and so I want to hear it in all that juiciness because it makes you think that it almost sounds like it's a real, it's a documentary.
If it could be demonstrated that any complex organ existed which could not possibly have been formed by numerous successive slight modifications, my theory would absolutely break down.
But that's okay.
And it would, but that's never happened.
Because it turns out the genes do mutate, and they are selected for overpopulations.
That's it, Big Bad Mama. 4 days. All the scientists can go home. These seagulls are the star of the film.
They are.
The true stars of the film.
I love birds. Birds are actually smart, but you're right. I always love that. My other running joke of this was basically like half of this documentary is shot like these guys are trying to get like an eHarmony video.
Questions in biology. How do you get new living forms with new structures like wings and eyes from life that already exists? And secondly,
just gotta look. You gotta just look deep while these actions are the waves are hitting.
It's like asking random questions.
Now, of course, we know that Darwin spent most of his life.
Also, I hate saying this, okay? And I'm thinking about this.
Oh, at least they identify where he's from down there, remember?
True.
Yeah.
They actually put, that's the rare time they actually put. I wonder if that means he's going to. I felt bad when I saw this the first time. I feel bad the second time. And I don't condone this, all right? All right, I don't condone violence at all. You should never do this. But doesn't he have the most punchable face? Ladies and gentlemen, you shouldn't punch anybody.
You shouldn't punch him, but you could make it like he could get a licensing deal for like punching bags, and he would make some serious money. Yeah,
he looks like Dwight from fucking The Office.
No, if you want your kids, just put his face on a baseball. If you want your kids to start hitting home runs, yeah.
Oh my goodness. Stephen C. Meyer is another controversially famous douchebag.
Philosopher of science.
Philosopher of science. Pushing known conspiracy theories. Another big component of the creationist to intelligent design switch and all of that nonsense and shilling for it.
Formulating an answer to the first of these two questions.
Charles Darwin compared the history of life on Earth to a great branching tree.
Yeah.
They hate that. Another thing that I don't,
the tree of life.
I will get. every tree that can. Another thing that drives me crazy. They're all good. I'm tired of like listening to him being like, "Are we gonna teach this? Do you listen to this?" Yeah, this is someone with a PhD and a Sharpie trying to talk to 9-year-olds, Kent. But like, if you would like something a little bit more complex, we can go into that too.
The base of the tree represented the very first living cell, and the branches were new and more complex life forms that had evolved over time from the first primitive organism.
Darwin was trying to explain how the branches on a tree of life originated. He was trying to show how natural selection could have modified existing organisms to produce the great diversity of plant and animal life that fills the earth today. But when it came to the base of the tree, which represented the origin of the first life, the first living cell, Darwin had very little to say. In fact, in The Origin of Species, he didn't even address the question of how life might have originated from non-living matter.
Which I will point out, atheists and theists both agree on. At least of the Abrahamic religion, they think that their God made life from non-life. Clay, very specifically. And then they're always like, well, it was his words. Oh, he made
breathed in the breath of life.
Breathes it. Hot.
The only glimpses we have of Darwin's opinions on the subject appear in a letter he wrote to a colleague named Joseph Hooker.
Regarding the first production of a living organism, if, and oh what a big if, we could conceive in some warm little pond with all sorts of ammonia and phosphoric salts, light, heat, and electricity present, that a protein compound was chemically formed, ready to undergo still more complex changes, at the present, such matter would be instantly devoured. But this may not have been the case before living creatures were formed.
Indeed. Which was what I was just saying earlier. Because if we were to have life to form again from carbon or water, it would be a
long before
it
became complex enough to be considered its own form of life. It would be, digestible matter for something else, another microorganism to eat.
And Send in Love Pippa, welcome. Exactly, we're talking abiogenesis. Interesting stuff. Truly the outlier, just like when we're talking about Big Bang cosmology, when we're talking about consciousness. Though all of these have leading scientific, empirical, I would say hypotheses, actual educated guesses. Randolph says, if that guy was actually educated in science, then he'd know that evolution is not about the beginning of life. That's abiogenesis. He obviously needs to go to school to learn science. And yes, the as my necklace falls out. Yes. The thing about this video is that it is, again, a bait and switch in that it starts with abiogenesis and then they kind of just switch, or starts with evolution, and then they just switch into abiogenesis because I do not think that they are comfortable defending evolution because it is a fact, and so they just started the video
as an evolution video, and then they just decided to make it in a biogenesis video. Like they changed their mode, just like somebody waking up and changing their gender. Right?
Before you go. Yes. God damn it. Magnets, folks. How do they work?
Not at all, Pippa. Not at all.
But we are heading back into it. We are talking. In fact, we are skeptic and ranting, unlocking the mystery of life.
During the final years of his life, Darwin did little to develop his idea that a primitive cell might have emerged from simple chemicals in the primordial waters of the early Earth. But later in the 1920s and 30s, a Russian scientist named Alexander Oparin formulated a detailed theory about how this could have happened. It was called chemical evolution.
Was it now?
Oparin thought that he could explain the origin of the first life using Darwinian principles. He envisioned simple chemicals combining and recombining to form larger molecules, and then these larger molecules organizing themselves with the help of chance variations and natural selection into the first primitive living cell.
It's true. Tides go in, tides go out.
Over the
You
next
can't really debate that.
many scientists worked to develop and refine these ideas as they pondered the questions both Oparin and Darwin had raised. How could life have evolved from simple chemicals? One man
Carbon,
thought he knew.
water.
The problem of biological origins has, for a very long time, I would say, has been a real deep interest to me just because of the scale of the problem, the importance of it. Where did we come from? Why are we here? All that kind of
Important questions.
Probed from the point of view of natural science.
Have you ever been in a Turkish prison?
During the late 1960s and throughout the 70s and early 80s, Dean Kenyon was one of the leading chemical evolutionary theorists in the world. And like others in his
Yes, another man in the pockets of the Discovery Institute.
field, he was trying to explain how life on Earth began through a purely natural process.
Where did you come from? Where did you go?
In 1969, Kenyon co-authored an important book on the origin of life.
Gary Steinman and myself thought that if we were to pull together all of the lines of empirical evidence that had accumulated by the mid to late 60s in one continuous argument, we were very enthusiastic about the possibilities for explaining the origin of the main life-building elements.
James, want to take any guesses what their answer was?
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
Therefore, God had to do it.
Yeah. Therefore, God. Yes, that sounds about right.
Despite his optimism, Kenyon faced a significant problem. To explain how life began, he first had to account for the origin of the essential building blocks of every cell that has existed on Earth. Large complex molecules called proteins.
Proteins have a wide range of function in the cell, everything from structural requirements in terms of scaffolding of the cell, the cytoskeleton, to enzymes, where they're actually processing molecules to harvest energy or to build components of the cell.
Proteins do pretty much all of the jobs inside of the cell, except for storing genetic information. That's left to the DNA, the RNA. But all the day-to-day jobs, cleaning up the cell, making energy, it's all proteins.
Kenyon knew that proteins would have been as important to the first life as they are to living cells today. He also recognized the complexity of their construction.
By the 1960s, scientists had determined that even simple cells are made of thousands of different types of proteins. And the function of these molecules derives from their highly complex three-dimensional shapes.
Do you think that cells today would be like the first life?
Once again, also complexity, not a hallmark of design. Trying to say that these are complex, therefore God is not a proper argument.
But life today, the first life was not nearly as complex as
that too. Modern
life that has been evolving for billions of years, adding more parts to it. So yeah, no, life today, you could not form a modern cell naturally in abiogenesis conditions. Wouldn't happen. You couldn't form the simplest, easiest first cell.
Some proteins allow them to catalyze or trigger chemical reactions because of the hand-and-glove fit that they have with other molecules in the cell. While other protein molecules form interlocking structural components.
The individual parts of the bacterial motor, like this ring structure, are each made of either a single protein molecule or an assembly of proteins fitted together into a specific shape.
Rum.
These proteins are, in turn, made of smaller chemical units called amino acids that are linked together in long chains.
Well, the other thing that is extremely nasty about this video, some of this is information that they will take and they will say, this is what they believe, and then they'll go, it's impossible. And so, once again, it sounds like a real documentary. It has the guy with the deep voice saying things that are official. And yet, these people are hucksters. They are doing this to basically say, this is what the sign. You should read some of the comments. It's like, oh, it's always nice to know what the people that in church they said that we can't agree with evolution, so it's nice to see what it is. It's like good to know that they're telling you from the pulpit. And I wish that I was, once again,
Oscar Mayer Wiener.
Oscar Mayer Wiener.
There's a very great degree of intricacy of architecture down in the cell units in these protein-forming amino acids.
In nature, 20 different types of amino acids are used to construct protein chains. Biologists have compared them to the 26 letters of the English alphabet.
Alphabetic letters can be arranged in a huge number of possible combinations, and it's the sequential arrangement of the letters that determines whether you have meaningful words and sentences. If the letters are arranged correctly, you'll get meaningful text. But if they're not...
So the difference between data and information is that data is symbols. It could have a multitude of facts. It can have anything. Information is the translation of that data. And so you can say that our DNA is working in a similar process, but there's no mind. There is no actual information to be transferred in the same way that we trade information. It is a chemical process that does not have a choice. When we say, hey, I want the color blue, you know what? I want the color purple. We are agents physically choosing to do so. Our genes have no choice. Yes.
You're going chemical reactions like any other chemical.
Indeed.
Not arranged correctly, you'll get gibberish. And the same principle applies for amino acids and proteins.
There are at least 30,000 distinct types of proteins, each made of a different combination of the same 20 amino acids. They are arranged, like letters, to form chains, often hundreds of units long. If the amino acids are sequenced correctly, then the chain will fold into a functioning protein.
Proteins are arranged with their amino acids in such a way that the amino acids collapse on each other into an architecture that is pre-programmed by the order of the amino acids. It folds into a certain structure, and that structure can do a certain function. So all proteins in
their language into the well there, putting a little bit of poison.
Cell have a certain three-dimensional pattern that's based on the arrangement of amino acids in the chain.
This arrangement is critical. For if the amino acids are incorrectly sequenced, a useless chain forms, and instead of folding into a protein, it will be destroyed in the cell.
Proteins, like written languages or computer codes, have a high degree of specificity. The function of the whole depends upon the precise arrangement of the individual parts.
But what produces precise sequencing of amino acids that gives rise to the specific shapes and functions of proteins?
Also, do you see how hard it is just to make early 2000s visual effects? You know how long it probably took? fucking render this thing.
Is this a lot of work to do this?
A lot of work. And it's just funny that they were doing this in the 60s, James. In the fucking 60s. Sure.
Oh, you mean with the moon landing?
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just visual effects ages like milk. And I say this with a lot of love because you need it. Sometimes visual effects is one of the only things that allows us in the film industry to create things that do not exist. And so we need it. But
as I always tell people, look at the first Terminator, 1984, and think like 15 years before that, they would have been able to fake the moon landing. And the first Terminator was groundbreaking in its time, the effects that it used. But even by 10 years later, it was laughable.
I also just want to do a call out and a shout out and a thanks to all of our subscribers because we are one subscriber away from 1,400. And so I just want to thank you all out there for continuing to like, follow, and subscribe. It really does help us as we move up there. What is up, everyone? I see Darren and everybody having fun. I see lots of good back and forth. I was going to say something, but then... Oh, thank you so very much, Ellie Brown.
Thanks, Ellie.
And also Buttercup says hi, too. Channel is sponsored by Keats. And we're jumping back into it. We're listening to Unlocking the Mystery of Life. I know. It amazes me that people spend this much time and energy trying to get their belief system conform to science and not accepting. Just accept biology. Oh, I remember. First of all, someone was asking evolutionists, and they think they were saying tongue-in-cheek because they were called a good term for evolutionists is biologists. Though the other question was from you. What is up, Native Atheist? What is up? You could feel the gears. It'll come to me in a second. We're going back in while I try and remember.
You saw it here.
A couple of minutes and I got woohoo! Send love to Tsunami, who's also been on the PNR server with me the last time, and to everyone out there who did impromptu debate you and more impromptu debate yous coming forward. We're jumping back in as I try to remember what the hell was the last comment that I wanted to make. Oh, helps if sound.
During the 1950s and 60s, discoveries about protein structure forced biologists to confront this mystery. Dean Kenyon believed he could solve it. In his book, Biochemical Predestination, Kenyon and his co-author, Gary Steinman, proposed an intriguing theory. Kenyon wrote, "Life might have been biochemically predestined by the properties of attraction that exist between its chemical parts, particularly between amino acids in proteins."
At the time that biochemical predestination came out, I and my co-author were totally convinced that we had the scientific explanation.
Are also writing a anti-evolutionary book. These are the same guys who helped write Pandas and People, which was a rejected textbook that was going against biology. It lost in court.
In private schools, I think.
Probably. That would not surprise me in the least.
Kenyon proposed that the chemical properties of the amino acids caused them to be attracted to each other, forming the long chains that became the first proteins, the most important components in the living cell. And this meant that life was effectively inevitable, predestined by nothing more than chemistry.
It was inevitable.
Many scientists embraced Kenyon's ideas, and over the next 20 years, Biochemical Predestination became a best-selling text on the theory of chemical evolution. Yet 5 years after the book's publication,
bless his heart, Amy.
Kenyon quietly began to doubt the plausibility of his own theory.
What's up, Joe? Welcome to the stream.
My doubts about certain aspects of the evolutionary account became apparent when coming into contact.
Get that man a beer, Randolph.
I know. Well, I'm saying, I always say I always lovingly say Eve will never be a real woman. It does suck. It does suck, James. Neither will Adam ever be a real man. But
be a real man, Adam. Go tell that snake. Man. Go tell that snake to leave us alone.
Leave. Gosh, why can't you just not make us eat fruit? Then again, I eat fruit all day, every day, James, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we know.
Anyway, we're Skeptic and Ranting on Unlocking the Mystery of Life.
And I could not refute that counter-argument.
Oh, I love this. Why did he become a creationist?
To contact with a powerful counter-argument given to me by one of my students, and I could not refute that counter-argument.
Kenyon was challenged to explain how the first proteins could have been assembled.
He was
without
challenged
the help
in class to a question he couldn't answer, therefore he became a creationist. I think that's almost a mythical story. I can't prove so. It's
like Ken Hovind on his plane talking with a professor from Berkeley who quotes middle school science books verbatim.
Yeah.
Of genetic instructions. In living cells today, chains of amino acids are not formed directly by forces of attraction between their parts, the scenario Kenyon envisioned on the early Earth.
And cells
Instead,
today
another large molecule within the cell stores instructions for sequencing the amino acids in proteins. It is called DNA.
Initially, Kenyon believed that proteins could have formed directly from amino acids without any DNA assembly instructions.
Thank you, Dwight.
And that's why so many scientists were excited about his theory. But the more he and others learned about the properties of amino acids and proteins, the more he began to doubt that proteins could self-assemble without DNA.
In DNA, Kenyon encountered a molecule
with RNA
not explained through natural processes. For locked securely within its double helix structure.
It was probably something simpler than DNA.
Even simpler than RNA, the first one.
Possibly even simpler than RNA.
Or I really think it's going to be some variant of the RNA world hypothesis. There's several different types of or variants of that hypothesis, but I really think one of them is that's got to be, I think, where it's going to go.
Also, if you're a Loki fan, you're hunting variants.
Is a wealth of information in the form of precisely sequenced chemicals that scientists represent with the letters A, C, T, and G. In a written language, information is communicated by a precise arrangement of letters. In the same way, the instructions necessary to assemble amino acids into proteins are conveyed by
language is actually evolvable. Funny enough. That's why dictionaries are...
The only way it comes about is evolution.
Indeed. And language is we are describing, but it's also a little bit prescriptive. We are prescribing what the meaning is to us, and it can change. Dictionaries are just... Dictionaries aren't creating things. They are just trying to describe the words we use to communicate. Because sometimes I see theists that try and define things into existence.
Or they'll be like, well, language is designed because we have dictionary. Well, no, the dictionaries are just taking into account the way people are using the words, and they're being updated based on the use. It's not like everybody's going around saying, oh, the dictionary says this, I can't use this word that way. And no, that's not how it happens. People use words how they want, and the dictionaries go back and...
Well, and I've had theists who have said, well, listen, go open a dictionary and you see the word God, there it is. So God exists. You're like, no.
Yeah. That's kind of like the... or not the ontological. It's one of those types of arguments. Terrible arguments. Where they try to define God into existence.
That's not too far. All the necessary beings...
it's like if you can conceive of a God, there must be a God because you can conceive of it. Some craziness like that.
It just seeps right into your brain cavity. No, that's good sex.
Chemicals arranged along the spine of the DNA. This chemical code has been called the language of life, and it is the most densely packed and elaborately detailed assembly of information in the known universe.
Like other scientists working on the origin of life, Kenyon realized he had two choices. Either he had to explain where these genetic assembly instructions came from, or he had to explain how proteins could have arisen directly from amino acids without DNA in the primordial oceans. And in the end, he realized he could do neither.
He had to become a creationist, a young Earth.
Oh, you mean he didn't know? He came up to something and he didn't know. Oh, okay.
Master.
It's an enormous problem how you could get together in one tiny submicroscopic volume of the primitive ocean all of the hundreds of different molecular compounds.
His mother bought him that suit. It's his first suit.
In order for a self-replicating cycle.
Oh, this is really hard. This science stuff. Ooh, it's so hard.
Order themselves.
It's really hard. I mean,
super hard.
Oh, we can't figure it out. Probably just God did it. I don't want to go in the laboratory and do more experiments, and I don't want to do more research. Can we just say God did it and be done with it? Okay, you can say God did it.
It's just so much easier.
And I get paid to say that? You'll pay me to say that?
Give me money to
say God did it?
Jesus makes genomes? Fantastic.
Logical sequences on their own without pre-existing genetic material being present just reached, I guess for me, the intellectual breaking point sometime near the end of the decade of the 70s.
Just see dollar signs in his eyes. It just broke my
theory.
No research, right? Yeah, no research, no experiments. No, I don't have classes to teach. Nope, no classes to teach. I just say God did it. You give me money. Yeah, that's it. Sounds good.
Easy enough.
No classes to teach. No classes. No students. No. Research to do. No. We don't do any of that. Just get on your knees. Give God the glory.
New biochemical discoveries further weakened his conviction that amino acids could have organized themselves into proteins.
The more I
like a pilot for House.
Conducted my own studies.
we need to see is like
Ames research
from that angle, like that looking up angle.
Oh, I'm very specific. I stand by it. Half of the shots in here are shot like they're trying to get an dating site profile up.
Yeah.
Center. The more it became apparent that there were multiple difficulties with the chemical evolution.
How much did they have to pay to rent that room with the beakers in it so they could pretend like they do real science? Like,
it's a rent a lab.
Yeah, basically rent a lab so we can film this. Like, a beaker? What is all this stuff?
We do science over here, at least for the next 23 hours. We got to figure out what to do for the next 22. So, but we're
Species are
skeptic and
not-
ranting.
Species are kind of an arbitrary thing, Pippa. That's yeah. They are really a thing. They're more arbitrary than they are real. But yeah.
And we are skeptic and ranting on unlocking the mysteries of life. We're having fun. Keep on sending any say hello to us, and we'll say hello to you. Tag us with any comments, questions, or fun at Amy Newman or James W. Or send in super chats. We also will show those on screen and have even more fun like this. What? And send in love. We are unlocking the mystery of life.
Do not have the ability to order themselves into any biologically meaningful sequences.
Faced with mounting difficulties in his own theory and a growing
Mounting
body of
difficulties.
scientific data
What?
about the importance of
Oh,
DNA,
this guy.
Kenyon
they're
was
talking
forced to
about
confront
Darwin.
the absolute necessity of genetic information.
Yeah, he had to become a creationist.
The more I thought about the alternative that was being presented in the criticism and the enormous problem that all of us who worked on this field
Look,
had
he writes on chalkboards.
I
He
know.
does. He really does. He knows how to write on a chalkboard. He's a real
James.
scientist.
He is doing science. I don't know what you're talking about.
Increase the Flash Gordon noise and put up more science stuff.
origin of genetic information itself, then I really had to reassess my whole position regarding origins.
For Dean Kenyon, a new question became the focus of his search for life's origin. What was the source of the biological information in DNA?
Your mom. And this time I'm very specifically. Also your dad. So pick.
If one could get at the origin of the...
And it continues all the way back up until we have the earliest chemical compounds. Once again, carbon and liquid water.
And like they're admitting this, like this guy wrote Pandas and People. This is the guy. This is him, and they like brought him out of cryogenic storage.
Well, let me tell you, they love their fucking basically paid off creationists. Oh, the Discovery Institute.
Into something far more intellectually satisfying than this chemical evolution theory.
Wallet stimulating.
Yeah. What is intellectually satisfying about a God done it? A book said a thing.
Imagine like.
Yet Kenyon realized that he faced
giving up,
set
just
of
saying, "Oh, it's impossible."
In the 1970s, most researchers had rejected the
I'll
idea
say that the only of the analog
I'll be right back
from,
for a
like,
second.
the only like how he's like, "Oh well, you know, we looked and we just said it was impossible, it could never happen." It's kind of like once in a while you'll hear like even some skeptics. I think in a way it's kind of there's certain people who are drawn to it. They're like, interstellar travel is impossible. We will never leave planet Earth. Like, it's absolutely impossible. It'll never happen. I don't know. I don't like looking at that, looking at anything like that way, like it could never happen. Of course it can happen. Of course it's possible. You think the physics we're messing around with now are going to be the same type of physics we're messing with 200, 300 years from now, 1,000 years from now? I mean, some of it will be the same, but how much more will we know? Yeah, species, I think, is an arbitrary concept. I think, like, if you could just describe it, animals are just out there having babies. And we use species to, well, and if the animals are genetically similar enough, it can work and it'll create fertile offspring. If they're not, then it won't. It won't create fertile offspring. We just use the species to demarcate whenever we know that's going to happen 100% of the time or virtually 100% of the time, and we call that a species. But that's just our labels to it. It's life is just out there having babies. Humans are animals. Thank you, Randolph. We are Skeptic and Ranting. It is Tuesday. We'll probably be back later in the week, possibly Wednesday or Thursday. There is always a never-ending amount of creationist goop being put out. Amy already found another one. Well, yeah, Pippa. I mean, we could have a home in the solar system. Like Mars would be habitable a little bit longer than the Earth, I think. Even then after that, maybe some of the moons of Jupiter potentially could be habitable. But eventually, if we're going to stay a species, yeah, we're going to have to leave the entire solar system. I mean, that wouldn't be for several billion years, but yeah. And it's amazing that the work that would have to be done for that would have to begin way before we left. Like, you're talking millions of years, so you would have to have people working towards a goal that their great grandchildren would be long dead before we ever get there. We would need a completely different mindset, a completely different way of organizing society.
And also,
yeah, religion would be gone. Well, like people say, I think it's like tongue in cheek. They say that if they're aliens, well, I mean, maybe they just never wanted to pay taxes to be able to travel interstellarly. And I would just say that if they're still at the stage where like taxation is like a thing, then no, they would never progress to that. You would need to be several orders of magnitude more advanced of a society where you're beyond things like currency and things like that. Anyway.
But we are Skeptic and Ranting, unlocking the mystery of life, and we're jumping back into the wisdom.
That the information necessary to build the first cell originated by chance alone.
Wasn't by chance, a famous creationist bingo buzzword that they like to use.
To understand why, consider the difficulty of generating just 2 lines of Shakespeare's play Hamlet by dropping Scrabble letters onto a tabletop.
Yeah, it would probably take a long time. But you know what? If you did that for 1 billion years, you'd probably create a lot more than that. Time can...
People...
Yeah.
I mean, people win the lottery all the time. Rare events happen.
Extremely unlikely. Yeah.
This isn't even a book. This is like the tornado argument in a junkyard, but this is to a sentence. Are you telling me you don't think you could do it enough time? You could form a sentence? I'm sorry. That's ridiculous.
It would take a long time. Probably years to get a sentence like that. But if you did it long enough, you would. Yeah.
You're a god.
And considered that the specific genetic instructions required to build the proteins in even the simplest one-celled organism would fill hundreds of pages of printed text.
Yeah, it's not
of course, the serious origin of life biologists do not believe.
It is a nice purple suit, though.
Oh my. So what we are saying is this is a Joker origin story. All right.
Yeah,
Things are starting to make sense.
That life had arisen by chance alone. Instead, they envisioned natural selection acting on random.
You want to learn? You want to learn how I got these scars? They were irreducibly complex. Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Variations among chemicals to produce the first life. But there was a problem with
Thank
this
you,
proposal.
Pookykins. Thank you.
By definition, natural selection could not have functioned before the existence of the first living cell.
I think so.
For it can only act upon organisms capable of replicating themselves. Cells equipped with DNA that pass on their genetic changes to future generations.
Without DNA, there is no self-replication. But without self-replication...
What's up, Paul? Yes, that is exactly. They're basically saying, oh my gosh, a rare event. Yeah, but rare events happen. Happen all the time. Lightning does strike. Lightning does strike twice.
People do win the lottery multiple times.
What is up, Mark? The cool kids was just hearing that you were doing a debate with praise on standing. We're having fun. There was in the sun, and so sending so much love. I need to check that out.
Yeah,
I'm sure you did amazing. And I'm sure that the creationists brought a lot of evidence to the table. A lot, I'm sure. And
What was a morality debate?
Straw man any of your positions. What? Let's see. Let's take a look.
Morality.
My advocate is easy.
Morality. They love to claim that they have. You can hear me clickety clackety. I'm sorry. Yes, indeed. Well, I'm sorry. It's called the Great Morality Debate. I wanted to be very specific, but no, that is there you go. But I will say that is a freaking awesome title because I think Mark probably did fantastic. I'm just trying to hold off from saying amazing. Why would you have a woman do a man's job? Anyway, we are.
You have Mark Reid debate morality.
Why did you have Mark Reid debate morality? That's a woman's job. I think, right? That's right, Jesse. Jesse is becoming a fan of the show, which is always nice. It's his brother, Jesse Peterson Lee. I always get the name wrong.
Peterson.
That's right. Coming soon to youtube.com/MarkReidAtheism. And we are having fun. I definitely see C-Science is having fun. We are having so much fun. We are skeptic and ranting on unlocking the mystery of life. Debate morality is so beta. It is. We can't help it. It's just all that soy. I just sit there drinking soy sauce next to the barbecue. Same with you, James. I know. It's hard.
Soy does hard.
But we are unlocking the mystery of life, which is a clickbait. To be honest with you, we have hopefully made it slightly less clickbaity by actually dedicating this episode to abiogenesis. Unlike these a-holes who made this video about evolution and are now sneaking abiogenesis in at the end.
There is no natural selection. So you can't use natural selection to explain the origin of DNA without assuming the existence of the very thing you're trying to explain.
You know, science deserves a better class of criminal, and we're going to give it to him. All right, it makes sense.
Chance, natural selection, and his own...
Love that. Come on, look at the slow roll. The production valuestic are fantastic.
Let's get the profile.
I know. once again, if he had maybe AOL dating, CompuServe, loves.
He's like Patrick Cox
Definitely.
from Taxmasters in full profile.
Theory of self-organization had all failed to explain the origin of genetic information. Now Kenyon saw only one alternative.
We have not the slightest chance of a chemical evolutionary origin for even the simplest of cells.
It's impossible.
It's impossible with chemicals to actually have some sort of life. How could it?
Impossible.
Concept of the intelligent design of life.
Also, they xeno us a little bit, so you'll notice that the closer we get to the end, the more that God comes in and the less the science starts to make appearances. The swap out just gets real.
It was immensely attractive to me and made a great deal of sense.
Was intelligent design wearing a dress?
Very closely matched the multiple discoveries in molecular biology.
It did? Like what?
In the years since
It's so closely matched it. We just say God did it. Oh, wow.
Entire system of information processing.
Exactly.
God just did it that way.
If you start with God and you start to look for evidence, James, you'd be surprised how much evidence we can throw away and then have confirmation bias that agrees with our preconceived notions.
Absolutely.
That bears the hallmarks of intelligent design. With computer animation, we can enter the cell to view this remarkable
on our
system.
computer.
Brand new, remarkable technology created only by James Cameron. We can now see inside a cell. Once again, only mocking these schmucks because they are paying these people to make people less educated.
After entering the heart of the cell, we see the tightly wound strands of DNA, storehouses for the instructions necessary to build every protein in an organism.
There's some dude that made this on After Effects 1.0.
In a process known as transcription, a molecular machine first unwinds a section of the DNA helix to expose the genetic instructions needed to assemble a specific protein molecule. Another machine then copies these instructions to form a molecule known as messenger RNA. When transcription is complete, the slender RNA strand.
Music selection of this has been a mix of trying to pull off a nature documentary to trying to make a Nature Geographic documentary where they're trying to show the sexy time.
And carries the genetic information through the nuclear pore complex.
Run into the hole.
The gatekeeper for traffic in and out of the
yeah,
space.
baby.
Open it up.
Take it all. James, I like to think of this as a high bar intellectual channel.
Absolutely.
The messenger RNA strand is directed to a two-part molecular factory called a ribosome.
We've done
After attaching
It's
its
actually called a ribosome.
the process of translation begins. Inside the ribosome, a molecular assembly line builds a specifically sequenced chain of amino acids. These amino acids are transported from other parts of the cell and then linked into chains often hundreds of units long. Their sequential arrangement determines the type of protein manufactured.
Boop. Okay. That time they were making
When the chain is finished, it is moved from the ribosome to a barrel-shaped machine that helps fold it into the precise shape critical to its function.
All right. We wouldn't make the same joke again. It would be immature. That would be, I feel like, just not wise. But it does kind of look like it's going in the hole again, right?
But it's a little undersized. That's a
I know. I will say this time, I don't mean to be a size queen or anything, but yeah.
I mean, that's, yeah.
Listen, jeans. There's a pill for that.
I guess he hasn't taken his pill lately.
Victorious, James! Victorious! Go, Gene! Go! Gene Rottingburn.
After the chain is folded into a protein, it is then released.
It's then released out of the hole, which I guess we saw this coming.
And shepherded by another molecular machine to the exact location where it is needed.
This is absolutely mind-boggling to perceive at this scale of size.
Mind-boggling.
It's Adobe, but okay.
Such a...
Look at his eyes. He is bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
He is. He is super excited to talk about why evolution and now abiogenesis could not happen naturally.
Tuned apparatus, a device that bears the marks of intelligent design and manufacture. And we have the...
We just pump it up, and it
Pump
works.
it, Jam. Pump it up. As I hit the microphone on the stand.
Details of an immensely complex molecular realm of genetic information processing, and it's exact.
I would be remorse. It did just kind of look like it was going in the hole again. Just want to point that out.
It's a replay.
Playing the greatest hits. At least it kind of fits this time.
Yeah.
A little bit.
This new realm of molecular genetics where we see the most compelling evidence of design on the Earth.
Yeah. Trying to make this stuff, these chemical reactions, look as machiney as possible.
Dun, dun, dun. Who could possibly have said this? Francis Crick. Also, point out, Bud evolved. Do you see the word there?
And that's because evolution, sometimes it can mimic design because it looks like things were designed. It creates the appearance of it, but it is only the appearance of it.
Well, there's an actual selective mechanisms.
Right.
The environment, sex. It's why
it's the funnel analogy that, and they hate that. They hate that, but it is what it is. It fits. It works.
It also, I can see simple to complex things. We still see bacteria that are doing just fine. We still see fish. We still see lizards. We still see other mammals. We still see other primates.
Jesus in the cell. Blaster. A mini Jesus. Floating the proteins around in the cell. Yeah.
That is another one of my favorite arguments, is just I saw Jesus in the toast. Therefore, got to bend the knee. Get both of them.
Praise Jesus, Esau.
When I look at molecular
Hey,
machines
guys. How
or
are
the
you?
incredibly complex process by which cells divide, I want to ask, is it possible that these things had an intelligence behind them, that there was a plan or a
Notice. Yes, I was going to say, exactly. No, but you'll notice more God being interjected.
purpose to this structure? Science ought to be a search for the truth.
And this feels like we're bringing it up halfway. But remember, this is 51 minutes out of a 1 hour and a 5 minute video. And now we're talking about God. If that is not Xenuing us, I don't know what is. And one of these guys also, it's a lie. They're not a philosopher of biology. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear me typey. But like, these guys are freaking. Yeah. He gained his PhD in philosophy from University of Chicago. And so, as far as I could tell, and please, I guess, correct me if I'm wrong, he is not a philosopher of biology. He's a philosopher. He has a philosophy degree, but he is just another crony. And they do this all the time.
This guy is not a philosopher of biology.
And once again, I'm not shitting on other academics. If you have, I hate it when people look down on a doctorate of education. You can actually get not only your MBA, you can get your DBA, you can get your doctorate of business.
Ken Hovind has his doctorate in education.
Yeah, I always say, once again, I'm going away from, we used to say basket weaving, but basket weaving is an actual skill. And so he is a magna cum laude from Basement University.
It's not really enough to have a doctorate, though.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of people, when they go on, they call him Mr. Holen. Hello, Mr. Holen. And sending so much love to Paul Nelson, who I think they are fibbing about his credentials. Exactly, being a naughty boy.
Look at the look on his face. It's like his wife just walked in and caught him doing something he wasn't supposed to be doing. Look at the...
It also, once again, looks like this would be his eHarmony profile picture. It's got those kiss lips going on right there.
About the world. Now, we shouldn't prejudge what might be true. We shouldn't say, I don't like that explanation, so I'm going to put it to one side.
Like evolution.
Rather, when we come to a puzzle in nature, we ought to bring to that puzzle every possible cause that might explain it. One of the problems I have with evolutionary theory is it artificially rules out a kind of cause, even before
it rules out the supernatural.
No, evolution is about the diversity of life. It says nothing about a God.
Before the evidence has a chance to speak.
Comment on God. It's nothing science can even investigate or analyze.
Indeed.
And the cause that's ruled out is intelligence.
Since the late 19th century, since the time of Darwin, in fact, in part...
You can have artificial selection. So, no, by definition, that is not ruled out.
Because of Darwin's writing in The Origin of Species, scientists came to accept a convention, a definition of science that
Party Man by Prince is going to start playing in the background.
Design as a scientific explanation. And that convention has a name. It's called methodological naturalism. And it just means that if you're going to be...
Boo-hoo. You don't like people saying that we're only going to trust the scientific method. And as a naturalist, I go back and forth whether on the terminology of, but as someone who believes in the natural world, that's all I can experience. I'm open to other experiences, but if you can't peer review them, I don't know what good they are.
Yeah.
As
How useful are they really?
Scientific, you must limit yourself to explanations that invoke only natural causes. You can't invoke intelligence as a cause. And yet, curiously,
Intelligence is
we make
natural.
inferences to intelligence all the time. It's part of our ordinary reasoning.
we
Yeah,
do,
natural intelligence, not supernatural.
but that's the difference between this is a toy dinosaur, and if I gave you a toy chicken and said, eat this and fry it, preferably, I guess you'd fry it or eat it. You wouldn't want to do it, that I assume, because it's not a real thing. We infer artificial from things we create, and then natural because the chicken created from two chickens who made hanky-panky. You understand? Do I have to? We went over it 3 times with the genetics video, but
He doesn't get it.
yeah, I don't think he's gonna get it.
We need the old Bill Clinton meme.
If you do it a certain amount, you're just hitting your head against the wall.
To recognize the effects of intelligence.
Consider, for example, these hieroglyphic messages carved upon the ruins of Egyptian monuments.
Let's.
No one would attribute the shapes and arrangements of these symbols to natural causes, like sandstorms.
No, they look like actual creations from people.
Or erosion. Instead, we recognize them as the work of ancient scribes, intelligent human agents. Similar reasoning leads us to conclude that the mysterious stone figures on the shores of Easter Island were not formed by the actions of wind and water over great periods of time. Nor do we presume that plants could grow into these familiar shapes without some manner.
Holy shit. Like, it pains me because these are examples, can they not? Yeah. Do you understand the difference between a bush and the giraffe bush? Do you not see, like, natural, artificial?
Yeah. But then again, look up at the clouds. Do you ever see clouds that look almost exactly like something? Yeah, it happens all the time.
Yes.
Is somebody up there, is God up there magically making it so that cloud looks like a puppy to you, or that cloud looks like a cock and balls to you? No. You're just seeing shit.
James, this is science. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Manner of intelligent guidance.
Of course, we make these inferences all the time, and we know they're correct. But the question is, on what basis do we make these inferences? What are the features that enable us to recognize intelligence?
Well, and I forget which call I was breaking down on. It was probably, I think, the Ken Hovind one where, like, I was making loving gestures when I probably should, just wait till my turn and then make mocking gestures. But, like, one of the ways that we notice intelligence is that we create 90-degree angles. We create these very the amount of pink things you're about to
rarely would see in nature.
Yes. It is almost like this is a specific element of design. Unfortunately, I could do this all day. You see those smooth edges? Those don't happen in nature. And yet, something squishy is curvy. Hold on. This is just for all of the people who sent so many super chats. Yes, do you see the curvy? The curvy right there, right there, right there. Slightly different.
Like a whale's ball sack.
Yes, exactly. Oh my. Don't get James, you say that 2 more times and Ken Hovind comes on the podcast, so please be careful.
We talk about whale genitals. I'm here.
You know how big?
I'm here with a presentation. I'm ready to go.
I'm here for measuring stick. What's up, Rudy needs Ruby? Jesus loves you. Repent from evil. It's not too late. We love you too.
Calm down, Sea Science.
But
you got a little excited by your demonstration there.
Oh my. Sounds good. But I will say welcome to the stream. We think that we are actually doing good. I know that a lot of Christians think that we're doing evil, but we view ourselves as the skeptic and ranting community. We're just having fun and asking, I would say, deep questions. However, we also make a decent amount of fart noises as well as some other stuff. And I hold a dinosaur up a decent amount. And so it's the bar is mixed. We are, however, skeptic and ranting on unlocking the mystery of life. It's true. It's blue. The design is not for me and you.
Recently, in a book titled The Design Inference, mathematician William Dembski has made an important breakthrough in understanding design reasoning. Dembski has identified the specific features of...
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. That was the design inference.
In understanding design reasoning, Dembski has identified the specific features of artifacts that cause us to recognize prior intelligent activity.
I came to this by trying to look at how do we reason about design? What are the logical moves that we have to go through in order to come to the conclusion of design?
Intelligent design book. From 1998. We are really starting to date this this presentation. We're starting to get when it came out here. If you would like.
Well, cutting edge of science.
Cutting edge.
What I'm trying to do is to establish reliable, empirical, scientifically rigorous criteria for deciding whether something is in fact designed. So I was looking at the logic of it. And what I found was you need improbability and you need specification, the right sort of pattern, these objective patterns.
According to Dembski, human beings correctly detect the activity of intelligence whenever they observe a highly improbable object or event.
I'm sorry, what? What the does that have to do with anything? That's like saying a comet is an intelligent event. Look, Jade, it's about to hit us in the sky.
Oh, they will.
What a wonderfully intelligently designed event. What?
Ordained by God.
That has nothing to that does not hit my list at all when I'm thinking of anything dealing with artificial intelligence, anything dealing with general intelligence when we're looking at IQ. What the are you talking about? Okay, let's continue. I'm sorry, that was one of the I shouldn't say the dumber things because there's many dumb things. That's just specifically more on my pet peeve.
That also matches a recognizable pattern.
Recognizable pattern. Oh my gosh. At least we're a little bit closer than the first one. So you can have patterns without having intelligence. You can create patterns. We like to find patterns. But that is also, I wouldn't have that as a hallmark of design either. Very odd. Very arbitrary, to use a word they don't like.
I mean, you don't think they set out to pick things that they knew they could use to point to a god.
Yeah. What? It's like the Kalam. My new favorite now is just to get, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to talk to anyone dealing with the Kalam argument. Everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore the universe has a cause. So nonsense. We should be talking about anything that exists. God exists. Oh, so I jumped my gun here because that's what we should be talking about, and thus the syllogism would be everything that exists has a cause. God exists, therefore God has a cause. And so it kind of pushes them to admit, oh, I guess we are talking about begins to exist. It's really, and when we're talking about the Big Bang, it didn't begin to exist. That's a colloquially, because there was already stuff there. What is up, Peter? Oh, no.
Peter out there, huh?
A mathematician overturned the cornerstone of biology. Wit pareidolia. Well, me.
I mean,
Yes,
what are we going to do
basically.
with that?
Indeed. Once again, I don't mean, and I think Peter is the same way. We don't shit on any academic on any field, but we loathe when they try and quote physicists on biology and biologists on physics, which is what creationists often do when they want people who completely disagree on the subject and they need to have a PhD in front of their name. Oh my God, Dr. So-and-so.
Just such a pattern is found in the Black Hills of South Dakota.
If you travel through the
Are you
West, you'll see
serious?
lots of different shapes on mountainsides. Most of
Mount Rushmore was made by someone. It didn't there weren't two mountains that had sex and then a baby Mount Rushmore came out. Do we need to have a birds and bees argument here?
which mean nothing at all. They're just rocks strewn in various patterns. But what you don't see are the faces of Lincoln, Jefferson, Teddy Roosevelt, and George Washington.
Forming in other valleys. That would be an interesting phenomena if, across the nation, we were noticing, George Washington's face just popping up on mountains naturally. It was just starting to grow. We just watched the mountain becoming George Washington. That would be cool. Not what we see.
On mountainsides. The only place you see that is in South Dakota. And the reason
or on acid.
It's there is because a sculptor, an eccentric sculptor, decided that he wanted to honor these presidents by spending the larger part of his life chiseling their faces in the side of that mountain. That pattern is improbable. A random hillside is also improbable, but a random hillside doesn't specify anything. We do know, though, that there were 4 guys who were presidents of the United States who had particular patterns with their faces, and those patterns on the mountainside in South Dakota match faces elsewhere.
If I look up and see the faces, I immediately recognize that they match the faces of the 4 presidents that are known from Money or Portraits of the National.
What the fuck are we talking about? Yes, it was made by someone. They are going now to great lengths to prove that Mount Rushmore was created by a human.
Yeah, quite a stretch.
Wow. That's a hard one.
They really have nothing in terms of the biology. They have to spend all their time making these silly analogies. This is really all they have.
Yeah, but I guess we're trying to convince ourselves that a mountain just didn't have sex or didn't just magic itself into being. That's wonderful.
National Gallery or paintings and books. And so I realized when I look at Mount Rushmore, we have not only a highly improbable configuration of rock, but one which matches an independently given pattern that reliably indicates intelligence.
So we have a small probability, specification, its design.
Also, Mount Rushmore was very much a political thing because it was George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, Abraham Lincoln, and Theodore Roosevelt. Anyone want to guess why Theodore Roosevelt is on Mount Rushmore?
Was he president at the time?
Yes. And so, it's a bunch of presidents from history, and at the time, Theodore Roosevelt. I was about to say it's good to be the king, but I'm glad we have electoral leaders, and these fucking schmucks are not in control anymore. We've gone away from monarchs and gone away mostly because let me tell you, there's still a lot of corruption. But Buttercup, hi baby girl. Oh, she's normally going at. Oh, she looks so sleepy. She's normally going a million miles an hour. Hi. I love you. Oh, you look half awake. Oh,
give her a second.
I know. Well, yeah, her eyes are slowly but surely opening up.
She's waking up, yeah.
Which means eventually she's going to be running around.
Get your rest, Moonlight. Oh, they're stretching out. There she goes. Yeah.
Stretchy. The internet needs more cats, James. There's been actually a shortage.
She got white on her belly.
I know, isn't it so cute? Everything is a bed. She looks like a peanut butter cup sundae. That's why we called her Buttercup.
You like ice cream sundaes?
Oh my god! And Reese's peanut butter cup ice cream is my peanut butter ice cream is what does it in for me. If you get chocolate swirls, oh my goddess! My partner had to go into outpatient surgery, mostly very safe surgery, and she couldn't eat, and so we went to Golden Corral. And unfortunately, Golden Corral today allows you to make whatever you want. And let me tell you, I took vanilla and chocolate ice cream, caramel, hot fudge, and then I took, I think, a brownie and a piece of cake, and I put it in a single thing. And so now I have diabetes. Thank you. Sponsored by Golden Corral. Anyway, I forget why that was even relevant. Oh, we were talking about because I love ice cream. Jesus H. Christ, I love ice cream. Yes, if they had buttercups, I would be. Those are two things I wish Golden Corral had. I wish they had some sort of peanut butter, and I wish they had bacon. They don't have to have them at the same time.
No bacon?
Peanut butter bacon. They only serve bacon in the morning. And listen, I understand that's completely reasonable culture-wise, but we should still do it anyway. All right? Listen, buffets around the world, in America, at your local, give us bacon. Dunkin' Donuts now sells bacon. They have what they call snack and bacon. And so,
have you tried it?
Oh my god, if I tried it. I'm biased though. They caramelize it, and so it becomes a whole snack thing, but it is very good. Or mapleize it, or whatever the hell. But it is fantastic. It's too good. Sponsored by Dunkin' Donuts.
On a seashore, another.
Once again, does this just not look like... Hold on, let me look dramatic. This is a good dating video. The waves are going.
Wait.
Improbable pattern etched
John
into the
Cicada,
earth.
1993. Yeah, there you go. We're doing early
Got
90s videos.
Got Baywatch going on in the back.
David Hasselhoff.
No one would infer that this message was written by the movement of the tides. Instead,
James, we finally come full circle. Did you know that these tides, they in fact not only go in, they go out? We can't explain that.
If you found a painting in the forest, would you think it painted itself, or would you think there was a painter? I mean,
I know.
because of the characteristics of this pattern, we identify the words as the products of intelligence.
That improbable arrangement also conforms to an independently given pattern, namely the shapes of the letters that we recognize from English alphabet and the words that we know from English vocabulary. And so it's the improbability of the arrangement
from
plus the fact that it conforms to an independent.
Early 90s Batman. You probably don't remember that one.
Say it again.
That's from the early 90s Batman.
No, the
Michael
quote.
Keaton. Party Man.
Oh, Party
Prince
Man.
song.
No, I should. Also sending love because I wanted to bring it up if she or they or are still watching. Humans don't always do evil. The evil is the sin, not neutral stuff. I would say, although we don't believe in sin, we believe that humans can do both evil and good. And so I'm the optimist. I like to think that we try to do more good than evil. And you can't, we don't believe we can offend a God, but we do believe in good and evil.
As subjective terms, but they still do exist, subjectively so.
And I believe they they have meaning from moral agents, if we're going to talk about morality at all. But yeah, we're talking unlocking the mystery of life. They're sneaking it in on the scientists begin to doubt the theory of evolution.
They're taking
him
the back door.
They're making him take the wheel, exactly. Right through the back door, indeed.
Pattern that triggers the awareness
This
of
triggers
design.
me.
This illustration suggests that William Dembski's criteria for design detection,
Come on, James, tell me this is a dating video.
Criteria that he pulled out of his ass. Okay.
Small probability. Once again, rare events happen all the time. That's nonsense. That's not what intelligence has anything to like. Literally, they're pulling these criteria from their butt. Like this, highly created. Do you think this has a small probability, James, of being out there in other people's hands?
Small, yeah.
I feel like these actually get around town, these cell phones.
Ability and specification are essentially equivalent to information. The type of information present not only in pictures, written texts, and numeric sequences, but also encoded in software and radio signals.
Wait, I think that was HTML.
And they reached those conclusions how?
I'm just so excited because I'm going to be teaching HTML. Woo! That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You too can have a size 7 font where you can set your paragraphs and make them bold. Fantastic. They're loading in an image here, and it's some sort of funny GIF. Everyone loves a fantastic GIF. Get those memes.
But also encoded in software and radio signals.
Sorry, what?
The ability to detect information in electromagnetic transmissions has made possible a unique search for intelligence. For more than 3 decades, astronomers involved in SETI, the search for extraterrestrial intelligence, have monitored radio signals from outer space in an attempt to find information-rich patterns.
Yes.
Typically, radio telescopes receive either random noise or simple repetitive signals, produced naturally by stars, galaxies, and other celestial objects.
And you would think with a designed universe, it would be easy to find other forms of life. And yet we get big old crickets. Big old crickets. Now, if we ever do get other examples of life, it will, because we will have some form of communication, but no supernatural means.
But astronomers recognized that if they ever identified an information-bearing signal, it would confirm the existence of intelligent life beyond the Earth.
Sure.
Some have speculated that an extraterrestrial civilization
Is
might have
up my
attempted
butt.
to communicate by transmitting messages in the universal language of mathematics, perhaps through a recognizable pattern, like a series of prime numbers.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that happened in a movie, but it could be. Math could be a good universal language to communicate with another species if they were deemed intelligent, and we were also deemed intelligent. The court is still out. Oh, I'm just sending love, humans. I love you.
You're not going to get that by chance. So you need complexity or improbability.
Oh my
lots of
God. As someone with a lot of forehead on myself, I can't. But this looks like Edward Skarsgård, the guy who plays Pennywise, but somehow has a bigger forehead. Once again, I shouldn't be making fun, but holy shit. You can land a plane on my head, but I feel like this guy has an airport.
numbers, and you also need...
You shouldn't be attacking people's... Ladies and gentlemen, it's about the lack of arguments and evidence that they have. I'm sure this guy has very high stolen credentials or misplaced credentials from some other field that the creationists are trying to hide him at. Oh, author. There you go.
Pattern, and it has to be the right sort of pattern. It's not a pattern that you're imposing. It's a pattern that's there objectively.
To date, SETI research has failed to detect any pattern or information that would indicate intelligence in a distant galaxy. But in another universe, much closer to home, scientists have discovered a wealth of information within the nucleus of the living cell.
DNA has a structure that is ideal for carrying information. In the A's, T's, C's, and G's, the basis of the double helix of DNA, is the potential for storing a tremendous amount of information.
What's up, Nathius? That's right. We're this close to becoming Christians.
That stores
probably.
And processes more information more efficiently than the DNA molecule. A full complement of human DNA has 3 billion
Oh, James, look at that browser.
Yeah, like it looks like Netscape Navigator, the original.
Look at that. They really do. We could add some to our clipboard. There you go.
Individual characters. Analysis of the DNA molecule's coding regions show that its chemical characters have a specific arrangement that allows them to convey detailed instructions or information, much like letters in a meaningful sentence or binary digits in a computer code.
Bill Gates has said
a computer code.
Computer program, only much more complex than any we've been able to devise. And if you reflect on
complexity is not the hallmark of design. You do not want to get into a complex car. Sometimes we need complexity. Sometimes you need a complex website to handle things. However, you want your users to have a simple experience.
Possible.
Yes, exactly.
Not needless.
Not even.
Well, and to me, complexity is the hallmark of time. Like, sometimes you need complexity, but sometimes you don't. Sometimes you just need something simple. And even if you have a complex system, because you have your system either has been in place for a good amount of time, or you are expecting a system to handle a lot of people over time. But once again, time is the element of complexity.
For a minute, it's a highly suggestive observation because we know that Bill Gates does not employ wind and erosion or random number generators to generate a
to himself. He very specifically goes out into nature and allows the wind to hit him in the face.
software. Instead, he employs intelligent engineers, software engineers. And so everything we know in our experience suggests that information-rich systems arise from...
For a time, there was another legendary figure that just wants you to remind everyone that who is the most important person in the software development life cycle? Developers, 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 developers. Okay. Oh, James, the memes. They were so good. They were so good.
Intelligent design. But what do we make of the fact that there is information in life, in every living cell of every living organism?
No.
That's
agents deal with information. Agents take data and with their minds convert that into information.
It's just chemicals in reality. We're just choosing to give them labels and to express them as information.
But it would be like if strands in our DNA went on strike and we're like, I just don't feel like coding that way. You know what? You want to be a human? I want you to be a bird. So you, we're making all of your bones hollow. Like, that would be crazy, but it would be a little bit more of an example of at least the genes having some sort of design power. Like, that just doesn't happen. But like I said, as we get closer, and really, we're at the last 5 minutes of the video, we're about to be, they're about to squeeze as much God as they can. It's been the entire video of them basically saying what it's not. And they've been dog whistling. That's what creationism and intelligent design is. But
that's the fundamental mystery. Where does that information come from?
Where's it come from?
And the nucleotide base.
For the past 15 years,
they've been making the gaps. Now it's time to
answer this
fill them with their God.
Meyer has developed an argument to demonstrate that intelligent design provides the best explanation.
I love this. Once again, stock footage of them. These teaching class. Here we go. Here's the thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's an overhead projector. Remember those?
The origin of
indeed.
Information necessary to build the first living cell.
The information that the DNA molecule holds.
It's part of our knowledge base.
It's like they're only teaching them about the DNA molecule just so they can say, look, it's too complex. It couldn't have happened on itself. Therefore, maybe just like God did it. I don't know.
And as far as I'm concerned, this is more information than is actually given in a lot of private biology classrooms on evolution, where it ends up being a straw man, and we get Pokemon evolution where organisms just go whoop, 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 and then they're bigger and have like new powers.
You mean like a fish could just like flop on land and then just decide to evolve lungs? Like, oh.
Be crazy. They should have something like a lungfish or like some sort of organism that illustrated
transition.
Transition where it would actually be useful and continue to be useful.
You could even maybe have something like Tiktaalik, maybe if that was like a real thing. Like a transition between fish and amphibians.
Oh, gotcha. Oh wait, no, that's still me.
It's still a transition.
My parents are not only that, but then you said lizards, and so that would still be me.
Well, I said amphibians.
Lizards. All right.
Close enough.
So my relatives. Technically, actually, it is our relatives, but
yeah,
it really does blow their mind.
Oh, Amy. Do you think you're related to strawberry? And then she goes, the strawberry plant. But yeah, do you think you're related to the strawberry plant?
Well, that is my new counter because that talking point drives me insane because it is like, and once again, I'll go the other way. It's like holding up a big old D in your hand and being like, do you think that you're related to this? And it's like, well, I mean, more than just that. That seems a little isolated, but sure. And that's what you're doing when you hold up a strawberry. And you're like, do you think you're related to a strawberry? And it's like, well, more than just the junk that you're holding in your hand. It tends to be the entire plant. Yes, we not only are we related to them, but flowering plants are new, but plants are older than our species. We are reactionary species. We could not exist. We are contingent on plants to exist because even if you don't want to go super peace man vegan, no, it's that even the things that you eat need to eat plants. And so if plants die, holy moly, take my word for it, crazy shit going down. We die, you could argue lots of ecosystems would heal. There we go. I found my full hippie. Anyway, unlocking the mystery of life. We're coming in at the last 5 minutes of the video.
Information-rich systems. So the argument is not based on what we don't know, but it's based on what we do know about the cause and effect structure of the world. We know at present there is no naturalistic explanation, no natural cause that produces information, not natural selection.
We just went out of insane. I'm just trying to think of other Joker quotes. You think that you're just going to walk in here and steal from me? Yeah. Good movie.
Just did, huh?
Just did. That is kind of what creationists are doing.
Not self-organizational processes, not pure chance. But we do know of a cause which is capable of producing information, and that is intelligence. So when people infer design from the presence of information in DNA, they're effectively making what's called in the historical sciences an inference to the best explanation. So when we find an information-rich system in the cell, in the DNA molecule specifically, we can infer that an intelligence played a role in the origin of that system, even if we weren't there to observe the system coming into existence.
Meyer's work on the origin of genetic information is now part of a comprehensive scientific case for design.
No, it's not. Stephen C. Meyer is not accepted within the scientific peer community. I should say that his published papers, because he is a more well-known creationist than the other gentlemen, are not accepted. He could continue to submit them for peer review, but what happens when they go through and submit their actual ways that they do peer review? It's things like, well, we did carbon dating on things that shouldn't have been in that range for ranges we know weren't acceptable.
Where they misuse carbon dating, they use it in ways that they know that it won't work intentionally sometimes.
Yes, well, if something is good from 0 to 40,000 years, they will try to date something for 1 million years. They'll be like, look, it doesn't work. And we're like, well, okay. But then we have a dating method that doesn't work short range, that only works from, 6 million years to 100 million years. And we're able to date something. They will take it and go in the hundreds of years and they'll go, look, it doesn't work. And we're like, yes, because you need a third thing. You need something possibly that goes between 40,000 years to 1 million years, and then you could start to cross-reference. You can all connect. Yes. Matt Powell. What? Probably. We are talking about unlocking the mystery of life. We are in the end game now.
Design that grew out of a meeting of scientists and philosophers on the central coast of California.
All which in the Discovery Institute. Oh my God. The announcer was being they're saying where the fucking institute is.
So coy.
Yeah, now they're starting to tease it.
1993. Their objective
We
was
got
to
our
reassess
date, James. We're getting closer and closer. It's the early
Objective
90s.
was to bullshit for money.
an idea that had dominated biology for more than a century. In the
And
process,
they failed
they gave
miserably.
birth to a theory that has become known as intelligent design.
Dun, dun, dun. When they lost in creationism, they quickly changed the word creationism to intelligent design in the Pandas for People textbook. Once again, showing that even they could evolve.
Religion evolves.
To me, the great promise of design is it gives us a new tool and explanation that belongs in the toolkit of science. Intelligent causes are real.
Not at all.
They leave evidence of their existence. And a healthy science is a science that seeks the truth and lets the evidence speak for itself.
The argument for intelligent design is based on
Darwin
observation
on
of
trial.
facts.
That's so funny.
Now, that's my definition of good science.
All right,
it's
Phil.
observation of the facts. Now,
Philip,
when you
a man.
observe
Jerry!
facts, as Michael Behe has done, what do you observe? You observe this incredible pattern
Michael
of
Behe,
interrelated
another well-known snake oil salesman. Yes, exactly.
complexity.
And the way we conclude intelligent design for the bacterial flagellum is the same way we conclude intelligent design for an outboard motor. When we see an outboard motor, we see the way the parts interact and so on. We know somebody made that.
Yeah.
The reasoning is the same for
Not biological organism.
The idea of intelligent design is a
Motors don't make themselves. Biological organisms do.
Yes. The fact that sperm is able to transport themselves is not quite the same as the fact is you putting an engine into your car.
One. Certainly it might have religious implications, but it does not
Can we just hear this again?
completely scientific one. Certainly it might have religious implications, but it does not depend on religious premise.
If there was no religion, do you think these guys would be wasting their time with this crap?
James, the first time they have used the word religion, we are on hour and 2 and 39 seconds of an hour and 5 and 20 seconds.
96.7% of the way through.
When I look...
Okay. You know, the hard time is... The first time is the hardest, but
what they
it
say?
still gets me... They do. But, you know, it still gets me a little bit, you know, spicy just watching it go in and out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is your last time watching that DNA work its thing.
Look at the evidence objectively without ruling out the possibility of design. Design just leaps up as the most likely explanation.
Was it as good for you as it was for me? Yeah, it leaps right off the page.
It leaps right.
And that's why I believe that it's true.
I think design is back on the table.
What's up, Bechdel?
We can't explain these systems by natural law. And if we're searching for truth, and they are in fact designed, if we have to be design engineers to understand them.
Design is
then
off the
what's
fucking
problem?
table.
You know, you go where the data leads you. And the
And they started with God, and they're going to continue with God.
implications, yeah, they have profound metaphysical implications, but so be it.
So be it, yeah.
So it's a powerful idea that the universe is rational and comprehensible, underwritten by a supreme intelligence that meant for this world to be understood, is something that underwrites then the program of science, because then you can go out and look at the world and the world will make sense. If it's all just
yes,
there's no reason to expect any
you have to start
rationale.
with God, or everything is
But if
incoherent,
the
right?
is the product of a mind,
indeed,
then you can go out and science becomes
By
this
the way,
wonderful puzzle solving.
redefine living. He kept doing that in our discussion. He kept going with the dark. It's like he found Darth Dawkins' script somewhere on the dark web in our symposium on praise his channel.
And Darth
Like,
was still.
How do you ground? How do you ground everything? What is your ultimate? What's fundamental to you?
Cheesecake. Slightly different. Peanut butter variety specifically. And I will just send love to all our presuppositionalists who have seemed to have fled most of the internet like rats. And so I see some of them now on Clubhouse.
Like
I need to go on there. Yeah. And make some new videos just from that. It's harder because it's on your phone, but I could probably figure out a way. I think there's a Clubhouse app too, and a website that just lets you do it. But all right, we're landing this plane, unlocking the mystery of life. They're now all just talking about religion. They are giving the hard sell now. They are not dog whistling. They are whistling.
The pants are down. They pulled it out. There it is. Look at it. Gawk at it. It is what it is.
In which you can expect to find rationality and beauty and comprehensibility right at the foundation of things.
I'm sorry. I remember that claim being stupid. Let me just go back for a second.
It's still stupid.
There's no reason to expect any rationality out there. But if it's chaotic, because then you can go out and look at the world. And
everything should just be random and random shit happening. No rhyme or reason to anything without God.
So, okay. This is what his main claim. If there's no reason without God, it's all chaotic. Yes, it is a deterministic world. It is chaotic. There is order. That is what a lot of the physical rules are. We also make up a lot of legal rules to maintain things.
Expect any rationality out there. But if it in fact is the product of a mind, then you can go out and science becomes this enormous, wonderful puzzle-solving project.
Does it?
In which you can expect to find rationality and beauty and comprehensibility right at the foundation of things.
Oh, so accepting that it's magic, that makes
Charles
it
Darwin transforms science.
And okay, they're going to make a statement, a claim, and it's going to be bullshit, and that's going to be the final thing.
Turn your life over to Jesus.
Jesus.
With his theory of natural selection.
And now it's being challenged.
That theory faces a formidable challenge.
No, it doesn't.
Intelligent design has sparked both discovery and intense debate over the origin of life on Earth.
Hey, James, how many classrooms are teaching intelligent design? How many?
Accredited classrooms?
Accredited, yes. Yeah.
And for a growing number of scientists, it represents
a growing number, like
an idea with
like 15, all of them on the payroll.
And now they're just making stock footage of themselves. Here's the stock footage.
Look,
redefine the foundations of scientific thought.
Okay, let's get that footage. He's
19th century.
He's looking through a microscope.
We
got it. We got it on tape.
And energy.
Now we got it forever. We can just
21st century. There's a third
want.
fundamental entity that science has had to recognize, and that is information. And so as we encounter the biology of the information age, the suspicion is growing that what we're seeing in the DNA molecule is actually an artifact of mind, an artifact of intelligence.
No.
What it is showing is that natural processes can go on to replicate and then have a natural selection via the environment, sex, artificial means to be modified. But that was in the entirety. We have now done the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution, unlocking the mystery of life. We did the first part of this video in our the scientists beginning to doubt the theory of evolution video, Skeptic and Ranting. And we have just now finished unlocking the mystery of life. And in a second...
We unlocked it.
Yeah, we unlocked it. James, do you feel unlocked?
I think so. I mean, just go a little slow at first, but
go a little bit slower.
Go a little slow, but we'll get it done.
But in a second, we are going to be opening up. It's probably going to be a shorter open mic than most, but we definitely want to open up for people that especially disagree with us because we can't help ourselves.
We are gluttons for punishment.
Indeed we are. And there is the link right up there. I will pin it also up in chat. But the clock is ticking. We are going to be heading out soon. I especially need sleep because it has been a long day. A good day, a positive day in the long run, but a long day. And I am going to start editing my class tomorrow. You have no idea. Because I've been working on different things for class preparing, but it's hard to know what you're preparing for until it actually like opens up and I can edit it and yada, yada, yada. And so...
You can start tomorrow?
Yes, I could start today, but I had so much. Well, I could only half start today. I had to have it re-implement, but it ended up being a good thing for the re-implementing because of how the process works, because it ends up changing some of the other stuff. But as of really tomorrow, when I wake up, I can start editing my web development and design course for undergraduate students.
This is something you worked a long time for.
It is. Because I feel like I've been kindergarten cop for so long. I'm going to continue. I think I'm going to start substituting as well in other places. But I didn't go into this. I guess I didn't go into academia wanting to teach at all. But I fell in love with academia, and then I wanted to teach. I want to teach undergraduate. I want to get my PhD one day. I still don't want to teach in graduate school because graduate school is its own thing. Undergraduate is its sweet spot because it's a bunch of people who finally want to figure out what they want to do in life. When you are in graduate school, that means you want to become a very specifically kind of a scholar. You want to do journal work. You want to do that sort of thing. Which I love. I'm glad for, and I want to continue to do so. But I think I found my sweet spot. And we are about to get Peter in here.
Here we go.
But I'm going to say this to creationists. You have basically 15 minutes of us skeptics talking amongst ourselves before
our rational, sane, reality-based, logical talk.
Exactly.
We're going
with
to
a base in
your
science.
Gobbledygook.
But I mean, if you're a creationist, we'll probably stay on for at least the next 3, maybe 4 days. So, come on.
It's been known to happen.
But we have Peter. Let's get Peter on with us. We are Skeptic and Ranting on unlocking the mystery of life, and we are heading onto our open mic. Do boo boo boo. Mana. Woo! What is up, Peter? Welcome to our Skeptic and Ranting, unlocking the mystery of life. We were talking abiogenesis because they snuck it into the second half of the video that we were talking, as they always do when we're talking about evolution. I hope you're doing well, Peter. What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything that we've been talking about?
Well, it's a topic that I've been covering for a few months now, I think, on Jackson Wheat's channel. We do that every Thursday. It's to channel someone else someone sometimes drops by. It's amazing how they find people like mathematicians and people who have no knowledge of anything in biology to every time they put out a video, they have debunked evolution and they've got the problems with evolution. As a matter of fact, we have a pseudoscientist in the side chat who has made a document on Sasquatch. and how Sasquatch debunks evolution. I mean, the lengths these people go to come up with ridiculous arguments.
Excuse me. I just want to put this out there that I used to be roommates with Sasquatch. We found each other through LinkedIn, and it is an absolute mistake. I've cleared this up. We've spoken together. He's now into ties, but that's an aside. But yes, he absolutely does believe in evolution. He doesn't want to have any misinformation out there because he has recently gotten a job in IT. And so
does he still use the guest towels as toilet paper?
Yes, unfortunately. It's hard.
It's kind of a deal breaker.
He does. I think he also still likes, what is it? The links, the beef jerky, the things you learn.
Harry and the Hendersons.
Yeah.
Well,
but Peter, right back to you. I'm sorry, I just had to do that PSA. I couldn't do my ex-roommate.
You threw me off. So hold on. Are you by any chance Sweet Prudence?
Yes, I am by. I'm sorry, what?
Are you Sweet Prudence?
Sweet Prudence? I should just say yes. I'm not sure who that is, but I should just take claim for it. That's exactly what I would say if I wasn't.
Open up Google and type in Sweet Prudence and the Adventure of Bigfoot. I'm pretty sure you will appreciate the thing that I just.
You left out the other half of that title. How could the best part? Are you saying the Sweet Prudence and the Erotic Adventure of Bigfoot? What a title!
Well, it's not just a title.
Oh,
because
I bet it's not.
I did not believe this, and I know
tissues?
I don't know if you're aware of a friend of mine called Doc Savage. He's one of the people who actually created a thing against a virus that went around from 2021 on, I think. It was a thing worldwide. So he created something to get rid of it.
Bigfoot porn?
But he was the guy who told me about Sweet Prudence and the Adventure of Bigfoot, because one of his things is yes, one of his things was his YouTube presence was basically following the most outrageous nut jobs on YouTube, and one of them had done extensive research on this and had come to the conclusions that there might be human Bigfoot hybrids running around by now. All of this was inspired by this particular movie. So and it's out there. You can watch it. So
my roommate was cheating. And so that would crush me.
I mean, if your roommate
can't be a politician anymore.
If your roommate was anything more than an actual furry, yeah.
Oh my goodness. I've had furry roommates. Unlike my other ex-roommate, Haley, who is apparently going on atheist streams, which is another surreal event.
That's another worrying statement that you just made there.
Oh my goodness. I've watched Haley go on not only The Line, that's the most recent, but on Talk Heathen. She's been doing rounds on atheist shows and going a mix between trolling. And she's been on... Jesus.
She should. I say she should.
She should.
Not that I've seen her.
Yes.
Well,
unlike Sasquatch, my other ex-roommate who was an atheist. Yes.
Okay. So just to derail you completely, if you have typed this into Google, go to the images. You will love those.
Oh, I saw images. I'm on the IMDb. I'm seeing as much as I need to for tonight. Like I said, I'll have tissues and lotion ready.
Yes.
Belief is a
Now everyone watching this show is going to go to Google and type this in and wants to see those images.
Well, we have another response coming in. There is a written evidence of human and dinosaurs walking together. Tell Peter to look up "taken by a T-Rex" and let him review that for you. And I agree. I used to watch a dinosaur documentary when I was younger called The Mint Moans, The Fit Phones. I forget what it was called.
The Land Before
Speaking
Time.
about forgetting,
The Land Before
I
Time.
forgot his name. I used to fight on Twitter with a Christian, actually a guy teaching at a university who was also a young earth creationist, and as a hobby drew comic books
Unlike a Hobbit, which is way cooler.
Adam and his dinosaur that he used to ride on. And so this was a married guy, and I've shown people the comics. He sent me some of those comics.
The dinosaur specifically, how their legs were.
Everything I got back was saying this was a kind of a homosexual sex fantasy kind of comic. So yeah.
Well, I mean, the dinosaur's legs, they were going up and down, and his butt was just stationed.
Oh no. The difference in detail when he used to draw women as opposed to drawing men would lead people to believe that the male anatomy was one of the things that he was focusing on most, because that was the most detailed thing in the comic book. Mubarak is here. Hey, Mubarak.
Hey, Mubarak.
And I bet it was the most detailed thing. And good morning, Mubarak.
Oh, yes.
And woohoo! Welcome.
In the summer, would the kids rub the legs in the pool and the hairs would turn different colors?
Yeah, I mean,
no.
But let's get back to the topic. Let's not lose the topic.
Well, I will say, not only that, while you're talking, I just want to send it. And I know I've interrupted you a few times, Peter. I'm sorry.
You keep interrupting me.
Listen.
And thus destroying the myth that I overtalk everybody. Because I'm being overtalked all the time now, right here. Which comes in a week where I have confirmation from Onra that I bully him around twice a week. Which
I will
is
say,
another notch in the belt.
It's with a lot of love and with a lot of comedic effect. It's only because whatever you want to say, I mostly want to get a penis joke in over on top of it.
You want to get on top of the penis? What?
Yeah, that was what I got. Probably right. It's probably what she wants, James. I mean, we all know. We all know that Amy's weakness is, in fact, a hardness.
Listen, sometimes when you're good at what you do, you never work a day in your life.
Exactly. But so let's get back to the topic. Why is it that these Christians never come up with someone who has a degree in biology talking about their own field? Because we do have nitwits like Georgia Purdom who managed to get her PhD by skipping certain topics and getting her necessary points in other fields that had nothing to do with evolution. So she could just focus on her study, and then whenever evolution came up,
she could just focus on herself.
Fingers in her ears and say, la, 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 la. I can't hear you. I mean,
she's from AIG, right? Georgia?
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the most despicable people at AIG, because
that says a lot.
She had a daughter that was 5 years old and she sat her down and explained to her why she was such a worthless creature.
It's like being the meanest person at Exxon. It's like, wow, you had to work for that, huh?
Yeah. It's to me, that's still the mind-boggling part. How can you sit down with your child and tell your child
how
are
horrible
worthless?
and terrible they are because
Yes.
A woman ate fruit from the wrong tree 6,000 years ago. So now we're all terrible before we're even born. We all deserve to go to hell before we've even done anything.
And no one blames this invisible creator who apparently set everything up just for
Knowing
that to
it would happen this way, knowing it would happen, and said, "Yeah, no, I'm gonna do it anyway because I don't give a fuck. Fuck them."
Well, so Sea Science Film Labs, the link is here. If you want to come up and defend the bullshit that we have just watched, what are you waiting for? Why aren't you here yet? The link was posted in chat twice, so don't pretend that you don't get a chance to critique it, because it's bullshit. As is pretty much everything you put in chat earlier. I mean, because we don't have any fossils, evolution isn't true. Do you have any idea how rare fossils are? We're lucky to have any.
The fact that we do have so many and so many transitional fossils.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, it's still mind-boggling. And these people dare to call themselves skeptics. Well, if you're a skeptic, you should be able to go out and read some scientific papers instead of creationist books, because all you can come up with, I read a book. Yeah, we know you did. And there's one that you probably adhere to that has been debunked over and over and over and over again for the past 200 years. So, yeah.
It's all they have, Peter. It's it. I mean, they don't have anything else.
And what do you get if you invite them to come in and defend their own bullshit? You get, hey, it's 5:18 a.m. and I just said goodbye. Yeah, of course you did. Of course you did.
I mean,
run away.
Jesus always said always to be ready to give an account, I guess.
Yeah. And so asking twice during the show to come and review it, you know the format of the show. I wanted to come in earlier, but that's not how this show works. You get your chance once they've reviewed the video, then you can come in and you can take notes, right? I mean, I'm pretty sure you've learned how to write.
Repress the evidence.
Not using...
we repress the evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all we seem to do. Anyway, I recently saw the video that Dr. Dan Cardinal posted with his brief interaction with the pedophile enabler Kent Hovind. You were there.
What
do you think of that?
That, I mean, the stream as a whole, or Dr. Dan are getting to interact with Kent, of course.
The part with Dr. Dan, because he literally did what I tell people. If you really must talk to this cretin, then don't try and defend evolution. Ask him what he knows about it. Expose his ignorance, and that's what he did. And he did it brilliantly.
At the Zenith Tower, we have Sea Science Films.
Yeah, I seem to have lured him in.
So we're bringing him on. Sea Science, what is up? We are Skeptic Ranting on unlocking the mystery of life. How are you doing? What are your thoughts about the video, the topic, or anything we would talk about tonight.
No. And how does Bigfoot debunk evolution? That's the thing that I want to know. I want to know everything about that.
I tried coming on here while you guys were talking about that video with the creationists talking about, you know, genomes and everything. And you weren't even like taking people on them, but you want to just sit there and talk crap the whole time with no one else.
Said, you know the format of the show?
Yeah,
That's
we
crazy.
used to take people on, and then what would happen is the video would become 8 hours long, and we'd be like, oh, we're 20 minutes into the video that is an hour long.
No doubt, because, no doubt. I see that how that could be, no doubt. So we could review it now. But, I mean, you know, there's plenty to talk about as far as like genomic data.
You're not going to
we got
defend
genomic
your
data.
document?
Genomic data is a fact. You know, that's a fact of science. You deny that there's information in the genes. No, do you deny? That there's
not information. No.
Oh, there's not.
Yes.
Oh, there is.
Yes, there's data. There's data. If you want to make the comparison, to computers, then what is in the genes is data, and chemistry is actually the mechanism that is processing the data. So,
wow, Peter, that's great. You sound
there.
like you really know what you're talking about, dude.
I really know what I'm talking about.
Smart. You really do. You sound like
I'm not smart. I'm not smart. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants.
You know that, Peter? I know you're not smart. I could tell that as soon as I came in here, you know? I can tell you're not smart.
Yeah,
that's why I came here to talk to you, because I can tell you're not smart, because I know I can handle you like a freaking
Bigfoot
disproving I know I can handle you like a freaking Rubik's Cube, dude. I just got you to admit to what I said. You said I was right. Like you lost already. How easy is that?
Yeah.
You lost.
I mean...
No, Peter, listen, Peter, there's information in the genome.
I don't pretend to know things that I don't know. And that's what separates me from you.
You do, though.
Because
you do pretend to know things you don't know. You're so full of shit, dude.
No.
You do pretend to know things you don't know. Yes, you do.
Like what?
You believe in theories. You don't know. You don't know if it's a fact. You don't know. But
what theories do I believe in? Hold on.
You believe in a lot of things. You believe in all sorts of crap. What, do you believe there's no God? Are you an atheist? Are you an atheist?
No,
wait, are you an atheist or not?
When it comes...
Are you an agnostic or an atheist or what?
Do you want me to answer? Do you want me to answer?
I do.
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah, quit deflecting and answer.
When it comes to the Christian God, I know that God doesn't exist. So it's not me.
You don't know, dude. You believe it.
Yes.
You believe that God
and I can demonstrate. And I can demonstrate it.
Oh, you
I can demonstrate it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you think you can, but you believe that there's no God. No. Okay, demonstrate there's no God right now. Do it.
All I need is
demonstrate
the Bible.
right now. You just said you could demonstrate it.
Yeah. Is the biblical God omniscient?
I don't know. Is he? How do you define him?
According to the Bible, he is. Do you believe the Bible?
He's all-knowing, omniscient, all-knowing. Is that what you mean? All-knowing?
All-knowing?
Why are you avoiding my question? Why are you avoiding my question by deflecting?
Is he all-powerful?
All you are is a deflector, and you ignore questions coming at you. And when you get a direct question at you, deflect to something else.
Hey, dipshit.
Is he almost 12. It is almost 5:30 in the morning.
You don't want to talk about your God?
Ask me to come on.
If you don't think you don't think he's worth talking about, then why should I think he's worth?
I'll beat you up verbally, dude.
And
every time.
See, science, that is good to hear because we want to go to bed soon.
Yo, Peter is soft, yo. Amy, Peter's soft, yo, Amy. Peter,
I love you both.
No, we've established.
Peter is soft.
Amy, we've just established that. The existence of God is a topic that's not even worth talking about.
Yeah, I know. It's not worth talking about to you because you're repressive, man.
Hey,
you're repressive.
Actually, can we do this? See,
you're like, it's not even worth thinking about.
Would you
be
up for having
I know, because you're repressive.
It's a
hang on, I'm sorry, and I don't want to interrupt you like Peter does.
No, it's okay. I like this energy.
No brain. In order to believe it.
What's that? Peter's got no brain. What, Peter? You got no brain?
Peter, do you do debates?
He doesn't do debates.
You don't do debates?
I don't do debates.
Nah. No,
I haven't done what I haven't offered to debate.
I mean,
now,
if you know you're going to go in losing, that's probably something you would want to avoid.
That is
well,
okay.
Peter,
and
that
so,
would be that would be why you shouldn't debate. You know, because you go in losing and then you just lost
debate,
me. I
but
think it took me 2
I
minutes
call
to own
people.
you, dude.
I call
no,
people
Peter, I
out
got you to agree
talk
with me in 2
about their
minutes,
beliefs,
You
which
said
I think
yes.
is much more interesting, because I like to
Well,
know
you just
why
said you
people
said you have
believe
no
this
beliefs,
bullshit.
right? No, you believe in nothing, right? You have no beliefs. You have no beliefs.
Did I say that?
You know everything.
Did I say that?
Because you have no beliefs.
Did I say that?
What? That you have no beliefs? Yes, you
Okay.
did. You actually did. I could rerun it back.
Did I say that?
Amy, run it back, babe. Run it back.
I didn't say. I
You
didn't
said,
say
I have
that.
no beliefs.
I asked you.
And I'm
I
like, well,
asked
no,
you
no. I
which-
said, no. You
which-
said I have no beliefs, and I'm like, well,
I
then
asked you
do you
which
believe there's no God?
theories I believe in, and I'm still waiting for the answer.
Well, I asked you. Well, first of all,
no.
A scientific theory.
You claimed
theory
I
that you
believe in
How am I supposed
theories,
to know all the
and then
scientific
I
theories
asked
you
you
believe in?
which theories do I
You're making
believe
no
in,
sense.
and I'm still waiting for the
How am I
answer.
supposed to know all the theories that you believe in?
How many fingers am I holding up?
How about if I ask you a question? Do you believe?
How many fingers am I holding
you're
up?
both asking questions.
Probably
you both
one.
want answers.
I bet you got one.
Okay, I am going to add in Beamsy. Beamsy, welcome to Skeptic and Ranting.
Beamsy.
We are talking about unlocking the mystery of life. And what are your thoughts about the topic, the video, or anything we talk about?
No surprise in the aspect of misrepresentation, but of course, I've seen all that before. It's just creation mysteries. And Peter, C Science, you're both talking past each other. Can you at least take turns in speaking?
I mirror behavior, Beamsy. My apologies. I'll go back to my own likable self.
I guess I get him all heated and frazzled. He can't help it. It's not his fault.
No, I just mirror behavior.
Hey, man, I know you don't have any beliefs at all, and you don't have any theories at all, right?
Did I say that? Did I say
well,
that?
You said you don't. Yeah, you did.
No,
and that's why I asked you.
That's what
if
you said
believe
about
there
me.
is no God, like, because that's a belief, man. You have to believe there is no God. Yeah, yeah.
I don't
you
have
do.
to believe
it or
there
not,
is no
unbelief
God.
is actually a belief, because unbelief.
I know
as odd
there
as
is
it
no
sounds.
God.
Hang on, now let me talk. Unbelief is.
I don't believe there is no God.
Turns,
I
right?
know there is no God.
No, you believe it.
That's different.
No, you believe there is
knowledge.
no God.
He said he knows.
Yes, knowledge is a subset of belief, but it's different.
Knowledge is information. I don't know how you define knowledge, but knowledge is truth. You know, so how do you define
knowledge is a subset of belief.
Knowledge is a subset of belief. What the heck does that even mean? Yo, speak clearly, man.
If you
knowledge,
don't, if you don't
knowledge
know
is
that,
information.
then you should get your school money back, because obviously they
I think
scammed
that
you.
you should learn how to speak clearly so that people can understand you. I mean, it sounds like, you know,
I don't
you're
have
talking
to
out
speak
the side
clearly
of your head,
because you're making the claims for me. All I have to do is say you're
Okay.
wrong.
All right,
you're
let's talk
wrong,
about, let's get
you're
down to the
wrong,
realness, though.
you're
Let's
wrong.
get down to the real of it. There's information in the genome.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. There's a, I can bring up, I got a document right now.
No, there isn't.
It says there's information in the
data.
genome. It's a .government. It's
There's
a
data.
.gov article.
Information is something that is passed on from one intelligence to another intelligence, and that is not the fact in the genome.
Well, then maybe you should tell the people at the genome.gov to change the terminology, because they use the word information. So, I mean, like, maybe you use it a different way, but they say there's information in the genome. So you disagree with the scientists. Yeah, okay, that's great. So you disagree with the scientists. You want me to read it? All right, check it out.
It's the problem with it is, with belief within the English language, there's 4 different ways you can actually represent belief, and with information, there's 3 different ways you can represent information. What is important is,
can you still hear me?
I do, but Peter's keep over talking me now. But the most important aspect of when you come to something that represents information, does it fall within Shannon's definition of information? And the answer is no. So therefore, it's not the sort of information that is being represented.
Okay, so it's not his definition of information, but the word information that we all use Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Yeah,
okay.
I can
so
hear you.
The word information that we all use is the same term that they used in this paper.
No, it
so,
isn't. No,
oh,
it
it's
isn't.
not. Okay. All right. It says
it
our
isn't.
ability to sequence DNA has far outpaced our capability to decipher the information it contains. So genomic data science will be a vibrant field of research for many years to come. Estimates predict genomics research will generate between 2 to 40 exabytes. That's 1 petabyte, which is 1,000 terabytes. 1,000 terabytes equals 1 exabyte. Wow. Of data within the next decade. That's a lot of information in the genome, isn't it?
It's the same thing saying that there's a lot of information on the hard drive. It's not the sort of information that you get out of a program. Those two are different ways you can represent the word of information. The information they're referring to is like information on a hard drive.
Do you understand where the information's coming from? Like the sign system that they discovered within the human genome?
It's information that we've decided on. It's a storage data. That's what they're referring to.
Beamsy, I've got a better comparison. Did you know that a single sperm contains more than 787 megabytes of data? That means that a whole load of sperm is about 220,000 terabytes. And did you know that that's a whole lot of information to swallow? If that doesn't wake up Amy, then I'm doing something wrong.
Listen, the moment I hear swallowing, you already have my attention.
Hey, beyond all that crap that has nothing to do with the, what we're talking about, Peter?
I'm still waiting for you to list the theories I believe in.
No, I mean, you were waiting for me to show you how information is within the
that
genome
was my
of
first
every
question to
living
you,
animal.
and I will hold your feet to the fire.
Now hang on.
Until you finally going to tell me
anyway?
the theories that I believe in.
Yeah, I mean, all right, I told you. You want me to tell you all the theories you believe in? How am I supposed to know all the theories you believe in?
Just name me one, dude.
That you believe in?
Yeah.
You want me to name one theory that you believe in? What am I, a psychic?
Yeah.
What do you believe? Tell me something you believe in. I'll try to work off of that.
If you're not a psychic, and if you can't even name one theory I believe in, then how can you make the claim that I believe in theories?
Because everyone has beliefs. Everyone has beliefs. Everyone has their own
you to back up your claim that I believe in theories.
Listen,
back up your claim that I believe in theories. Don't beat around the bush.
Everyone
don't tap
has
dance.
beliefs, man.
If you're going to make that claim,
are you seriously
then you
claiming
need
that
to
you
back
have
it
no
up.
Beliefs? You have no beliefs. You know everything.
I did. Did I say that?
Well, if you don't know everything, then you must believe something. It's only freaking logic, man.
I haven't made any statement about my beliefs, nor am I going to, because you've already stated that you know. And if you know, then you need to come up with an example.
Wow, your logic is so,
and if you can't,
solid. I just
if you
can't even
can't,
hey, I must have to do what you tell me to do.
Then you're just a liar.
I must have
who threw
to do
that
it now,
in there in
told me I
order to
have to.
deflect from the conversation.
Hey, man. Hey, listen. I must have to do what you tell me to do.
But you're a theist. You're used to lying.
Oh. See, look at that. You like lash out. Right? You lash out. This is what you have. You have deflection. You have lashing out. When you get caught into a corner, you lash out or you deflect. Okay. Then you have your arguments from ignorance.
You asked
have your
me whether or not I believed in a God.
No.
I told
you assume that there's
I
no
told you I know your
said
God
that there's
doesn't
no
exist,
information
and
in
I
DNA.
explained.
And I just proved you completely wrong
why I know.
with a document from a government site. Listen to me. That's science. You can't deny it. It's science. There's information in the genome. Deal with it.
No,
I don't care how you define information,
but not in the way you think there is.
You said there's no information in the genome. I just read an article that said there is.
Beamsy just explained that to you.
Beamsy doesn't know his sacrum from his elbow.
And you do.
I do know my sacrum from my elbow. Yes, I do know my sacrum from my elbow.
You make a document about how the lack of fossils found from Bigfoot is somehow
Yeah, okay, so like you took my words out of
evolution?
context. Now listen to me. Listen to me. You took my words out of context, okay? You're misrepresenting what I said. You're not in a
No, I'm
relationship
not.
with me. I have no idea why you would do that to me. Like, why would you misrepresent what I say or like misinterpret it? You know, like we're not in a like relationship, man.
Wait.
We're not married, yo.
Are you in a relationship with someone who misrepresents you and other people who misrepresent
No, that's just what
you
people
have to
do
be
in
a
relationships. Man,
relationship?
have you never been in a relationship? You probably haven't actually.
Oh,
Well, that's
wait.
gotta be impossible.
I
You've
have to
never
ask
been
you
in
a
a
question.
relationship
Do you
before?
have a
there's
relationship
several.
with the living Christ?
What are you? Why do you always deflect? This is what I'm talking about. All he has is deflection. I'm talking about
just
information and
asking.
genomes.
I'm
He's the one
just
bringing up
asking.
Jesus. Think about that now.
I'm just
Think about
asking
that.
because
I'm
that's
just
what people in a
informing you of what you're
relationship do,
doing,
right?
dude.
So you
Dude, I'm just
misrepresent
informing you
Christ?
of what you do. You're faced with an obstacle, and instead
misrepresent
of taking it
Christ.
head on, you dip away.
That was a
That's what
Freudian
you
slip.
do. Yeah, dip away. You got
That was
nothing.
a Freudian
You
slip.
were like, "There's no information in the genome." I'm like, "Yes, there is. Are you sure?" Yeah, there's no information in the genome. Well, let me
See
read
how
this
you
article
don't want
from
to
the
talk
government.
about Jesus and you don't want to talk about
What
God
about Jesus,
because
dude?
if
You're
you
deflecting
know
again.
that they're not
You're
real.
deflecting again. No one cares what you have to say about that. We're talking about the genome and the information and the semiotic sign system that they discovered in it within the last decade that says you're wrong.
Donald
Do you
has
not hear me?
asked a great question. Is there an
What's a
exchange
great
of
question?
bodily fluids in your
You're
relationship
so
with
stupid,
Jesus?
dude. You're so stupid, man.
I'm just asking.
You
I'm
ask these
asking.
questions. Who's talking? Is that Peter or is
Yes,
that Beamsy?
because I'm eager to learn, and you
Listen,
may
man.
have the
No,
answer.
you're just sassing and being cheeky. That's all you're doing. That's all you know how to do. Because you don't know how to take on an opponent head on. You can't take a question.
I do
head
know
on.
how to take
No,
on an
you
opponent.
don't. No, you don't. Listen,
If this
there's
opponent makes
information in the genome. It
claims
says it in the damn
like
article.
making
Why don't we look
claims
at the
about
article, Amy?
me,
Can I
then
drop
I
this
want
thing
to.
in the
Then I
link?
want to.
Hang
then
on,
I
I'm going
want
to drop
to
this in the
hold you to
chat.
the fire and see whether or not you making claims about me are correct. And so far, you're dodging. And now you're calling the help of a friend, i.e., posting things in chat.
And you sound like you're crying. Like just continually
I'm
crying.
not crying. I'm
Yeah,
having
you do.
fun.
No, you're just going
This
on
is-
and on crying. Listen, let's
This
take
is
it on.
this is
You're
me
like, oh
having
no.
fun.
Oh, don't drop that article in the
So,
chat.
what
Then people
theories
might
do I
actually
believe
read it
in?
and see the word information in there, and then they'll all know I'm an idiot.
Yes.
That's you, dude.
And the difference between you and me
And instead
is
of talking
I know
about that, you
what
want to
they
talk about
I know
Jesus.
what
So
they
keep
mean
deflecting
when they
Jesus,
use
man.
the word
You know what?
information, and
You know what,
don't.
Peter? It's happening, man. I like your little eagle, dude. Where you from?
I know what they mean
Where you
by the
from,
word
man?
information
No,
in
where
there.
you from,
You
dude?
don't.
You sound like you're
They-
from out of the States. I know that.
I'm from heaven.
Yeah. Now I
They
know.
use the word God in the production of a nuclear weapon. So does that mean
Hey,
that's
you
your
guys
proof of
want to
God?
just deflect? Or hey, Amy, are you there still, or are you?
I'm still here.
All right. Can you check out the chat in the private chat for this this board here?
I did.
There's a
already
link.
posted your link.
Amy,
right.
he found a word. He wants us to see that the word is there. He doesn't
There's the
doesn't
genome.
care. He doesn't care that he doesn't know what they mean by the word, but he found a word. That's really important. A word. He doesn't understand anything of what the rest says and what it's about, but there's a word in there.
Yeah, I
See,
know
science,
that's not Beamsy.
when you're actually reading-
Beamsy would never talk that way about words. Yeah, so I know that's not
See,
Beamsy talking. So I'm
see,
going to drop
science,
another one in the chat too, and that's the one about biosemiotic entropy of the genome and how the imbalances result in cancer and other disorders. Yeah.
See, science, when it comes down to...
And if you could you post that into the chat for me, Amy, because I can't really get back there from here the way I am.
Amy has already posted it in the chat.
Yeah. See, science, when it
He
comes
says
to
so.
actual...
No, I mean the chat, the main chat in the second link into the main chat. I see the first one there.
Yeah, you've got nothing
I
to
see the
say.
freak,
So
the
now
freak, what's
you're
up, man?
you're
Holler
going to
out.
post links.
I see the
Now
freak.
you're
I
going
see
to post
Dr.
links.
Octa down there at the bottom. What's up, man?
See?
There, thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks for that second link.
Help a boy out because he's really struggling.
Tsunami,
Freak,
what's
he needs your help.
up, Tsunami?
See, science, when it comes to scientific documents, the most important thing is the
to read them.
conclusions.
You're right. You should read them and read the words in them, and the words really matter to you. Thank you.
Are you a flat earther?
No, it comes to the conclusion, not the actual body or structure.
You know, the funny thing about flat earthers are, like, they believe these things.
You know, the funny thing,
and
about you,
there's no evidence
hopping
for it.
on
Like
about
the
a
atheists,
word and
they
then
believe things
reading
there's no evidence for, you know.
reading someone in chat and calling her tsunami. That's not her name. Her name is Tsunami. It's different. But I get it. Reading is hard. Comprehensive reading is even worse.
Hey, I mean, I can call her, like, you know, I mean, is she mad? Let me see. Is she mad? Let me see. Are you mad, Tsunami?
Well, she is.
She's not called
Are you
Tsunami. Her name is not Tsunami.
Roshelle is almost 16. Take care of your medicine. Oh, yeah. See, and there's some more gaslighting. You know, why are you off your meds? Why aren't you on them? Why are you drinking? Why are you on drugs?
Trust me. This is
Why
a
don't you
woman. This
understand
is a
science?
woman.
Hey,
this
why
is
don't
a
you
woman you can't
understand
handle.
science?
Science.
What?
Science.
No,
This
you know
is
what
a
the problem
woman
is?
you
I must
cannot
just not
handle.
understand evolution, guys.
Trust me.
I must be
on
guys.
this.
Hey, guys. I must just
Trust
not
me on
understand
this.
evolution.
You
I must
cannot
just not get it.
handle
You don't want
Tsunami.
I can describe mutation and every facet of it, but I don't understand evolution.
Yeah. So about the theories I believe in.
Well, what theories
which
do you
one-
believe in? You
which
still
ones
don't
are
come off of
those?
that. You want me to guess them like I'm supposed to guess them. What do you want, Peter?
I told you I don't believe in theory. So
okay.
you're going to name me
Yeah,
one that I do
what you
believe
said
in.
was you don't have any beliefs. Because when
No,
you say
that's
you have
not what
no
I
theories,
said.
you
That's
say
what
you have...
you said.
Okay,
That's what you said
so I
about
guess what the
me.
problem is here is how you
Don't
define
gaslight
theory.
me.
No, I'm not gaslighting
Don't
you,
gaslight me. That's not what I said.
No, I'm not misrepresenting what you say, man.
You won't be able to find a single video.
You define
of
theory
me
differently
saying
than
that I
do,
don't
I
have
think is what's
beliefs.
going on. For me, like, a theory can be broad and not just scientific. Okay, a theory can be a belief or a hypothesis. Okay, would you go along with that? It's in the definition, so I hope so.
That's why, again, using some
there's the
words, it
colloquial-
creates...
I mean, if you want to
there's
play
the
semantic games
colloquial
with me, I can play
usage of a
semantic
word,
games all
and then
night long.
there's the scientific usage
I'm
of
a
a word.
semantic acrobatic, man. We can play all night. Well, it's actually not really, because it's actually 5:44 already.
Well, if you are,
But here's
if you
the thing.
are,
So we've got
I
here.
wouldn't go out without a safety net, but because you're obviously going to bash your head in.
So Udif wants to know if you've ever took down his video, which incorrectly declared crinids are sea stars.
Who?
I doubt it.
What, me?
The question
I
is for
doubt
you,
it.
C Science.
Crinoids are sea stars. I never said that. Crinoids are the feather stars in the sea lilies. Who's saying this? Where are they?
In chat, it's UDEF.
Udif, who is amazing.
UDEF, who cool? Amy Newman, can you ask C Science if he ever took down his video, which incorrectly declares crinoids as sea stars? Okay, so there was never a video that declared crinoids are sea stars. There's an Echinodermata video, the echinoderms, and those are sea stars, and the sea lilies are echinoderms. So I mean, maybe you're mistaken. How about that? Are you still there? Can you guys hear me? Did that come through clear?
We can still hear you.
Okay, so okay, hey, UDF, he has a whole video. He says, "Hey, yeah, you know what? I do have a whole video. Can you click on my channel, Amy? You want to talk about one of my videos on this? Let's bring up one of my videos, and then Peter can see one of my theories." No, he wants to talk. No, he said in the beginning before I even got on here, he's like, "Oh, I got it all figured out. We're just asking about evolution." So let me ask you about creation, guys. Let's watch the video.
I've already asked Udef if you can post a link here.
And I was going to say we're only
looks like
we're already in overtime, but I wanted to know, C Science, if you had any, if I could take any questions or answers for possibly evolution or even creation. Because I'll openly upfront say that I want people to leave religion. I want them to leave the Abrahamic faiths. I don't think that evolution goes against it, and yet I still think you should believe in evolution. So did I say enough to
believe in evolution?
Oh, I was just going to say, to get any thoughts, or why don't you believe in evolution?
Why don't I believe in evolution? Well, it's the lack of evidence, really. I mean, yeah.
That's the same why I don't believe in God.
Mainly it's the lack of fossil evidence. You know, I mean, like, we've got all these other animals, right, going back tens of millions of years, unchanged, right? You know, we got, like,
So you say
whales 10 million years ago. There's like whales, you know. You got like
you're not a young earther.
Little sea squirts, like way back. You got little brittle stars, like my guys right here. These are these orange brittle stars that you're looking at. Okay, these guys go back 350 million years before the dinosaurs.
That is about how old sharks are, and so.
Right. So you've got all these animals that have been around forever, but yet humans, the most advanced animal on the planet, right? The most advanced technologically that can fly to space. We evolved in 3.5 million years. Are you kidding me? That sounds like crap. That sounds like a load of crap. I wouldn't believe that. Yeah. I wouldn't believe that.
Because
1 second.
Guess what?
But hold on, see science.
In 4 billion years.
Wouldn't it be even more crap to say that it happened in 6 days? That would be so. You're saying 3.5 million. I can't believe it would happen that fast. And what I'm saying is, thus you're saying 6 days would be ridiculous. That'd be even sillier.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm saying. I'm not even going for like a YAC or an OEC model. I'm just saying for the creation model, because I think like, okay, atheism versus creation, like you can define creation and get down to like the very, very specific one that you're talking about, you want to disprove, or you can be like, hey, is there a God or isn't there a God? Is this life on Earth created or isn't it?
There isn't.
You know, because if there is a God, then
so it couldn't be created.
Peter, I'm freaking talking, man. Why can't I talk for 3 minutes on this freaking channel? Not once.
You asked a question. I answered it.
It was rhetorical, Peter.
So
freaking think.
I still answered it.
And why do you think it looks designed? I see no elements of design.
It absolutely looks designed from every level of reality. There's design observable. Every level of reality. From the very basics, the foundations of this reality, the physics, the physical constants of this universe are tuned perfectly for consciousness to be possible whatsoever. This universe didn't have to support any consciousness at all, yet it exists. I know it only exists on Earth. It doesn't exist. Hang on. I know it doesn't exist from here to Mars. I know it doesn't exist from here to Mars. I know it doesn't exist from here to Alpha Centauri or whatever, like you might say. But you know, you can't say it doesn't exist somewhere else beyond that, because you can't see that. You know, you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. I mean, like they're looking for pulsating stars. Okay, looking for like life of other intelligent life. All right, and that's a good way to look for it. You know, because that's the way to think. You know, if you're looking for something out there, maybe they'd harness the power of a star, start blinking it to communicate with across the universe, basically. But, you know, so like they're looking for that, and they haven't seen anything like that. Apparently, they haven't seen anything. But
the stars are a means of communication.
Hang on, Peter. She's trying to talk, man. You're so freaking rude.
I'm sending love to everybody.
I know Amy's looking for something pulsating, but it isn't stars.
Oh my, that's true.
Oh my God.
Why do you think that consciousness is important to the universe? Because from my perspective, it's not even that important to life. It's important to us.
Oh, that's the thing. It's not necessary to the universe. Life's absolutely not necessary to the universe. That's why it's amazing that it's here. That's why it's important that it's here. That's why it's special that it's here. Life is special. Life has to be nurtured at every moment.
Are you pleading that it's special?
It sure seems special since there's so little of it, right, Amy?
And is that a special pleading?
I would say that it seems that it's a rare event.
All right, so we've already established in the past on this channel that a universe void of life is more likely than one with it. Variable that gets added to the problem. Is the problem of consciousness existing. So,
I don't know.
And I know there is something to be said that you couldn't see it. I'm sorry, Amy. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it's just that the universe has mostly things that are on fire or are freezing. And so
Yeah,
the
and
fact
the fire
that we
helps
have
warm
little
the-
packets, it makes a whole lot of sense. It makes it around these hydrogen balls or around maybe moons that have thermal vents, there would be life.
Well, life is possible to live in an environment that's set up for it. See, the thing is like there's the Goldilocks zone or whatever, where the planet Earth happens to be. Well, you can go to another star and find a Goldilocks zone, and it doesn't necessarily mean that planet's going to have an atmosphere and a magnetosphere and a spinning metal core, everything that it needs to make a living planet, everything that makes it so that we can exist on it, Like, it's pretty damn evident that this planet's different than the rest of the planets in our solar system, but each one is, so you can't say that. So let's go beyond that and say, why does this
How do you
planet
know
different?
that?
What?
Besides, how do you know that?
Why don't you let me talk a little bit? I was about to get
I'm
to
just
it.
asking.
So
how
anyway,
do you
like
know that?
our solar system is full of planets.
Can't-
Each one's
Hold on,
different.
you
Each
make
one's
it
special.
I'm asking, how do you know that?
How do I know that our planet's special?
Yeah, how do you know that?
Because astronomers have
They don't have
actually
the means to. They don't have the means.
We can see
find
water. We can
another
see
planet
water
with life.
Now listen,
yet,
you didn't
because
even hear my whole
we don't
point,
have the
man.
means.
You didn't even hear my whole
go
point,
and
man. That's
look.
what's
So
crazy
how do
about
you know it?
I'm sorry, I
How do
can't
you
hear
know
you
it?
beyond your deflection and your sass, dude. What did you
No,
say?
it's because you're over talking.
No, I can't hear you beyond your deflection and your sass, man. I
Yeah,
can hear
so
you.
how do you know when the people in science are honest enough to say we can't look that closely to see whether or not there's life elsewhere? So how do you know there isn't?
Okay. I didn't say there isn't. I actually am under the impression that
because you
there
did
is life
say
out
our
there.
planet is special.
No,
and it's the
dude,
only
you
one that
don't
has
even
life.
hear me. That's your problem, dude. You're so repressive that you can't
So
even hear
you
me.
think there's other life in the universe?
Yeah, why not?
Did God create
why
that?
wouldn't I? Yeah, God would have
Did
created
God-
that too, wouldn't he?
Would-
He would have
so
had
did
to.
Jesus
I mean,
die-
if I
did
hey,
Jesus die for
Peter,
the life on other
Peter, why
planets
don't
as
you
well?
use your logic, man? If I think
I'm
that it
asking a
takes,
question.
hey, no, if I think it takes a God to make life
Every
here,
single
don't
time
you
I
think I
bring
would
up
think it takes
Jesus,
God to make
you
life
run
other
away from the
places?
question.
No, I'm not.
Every single time I bring up Jesus, you run away from the question. Isn't Jesus
Why are you bringing up
important enough
Jesus?
for
We're
you?
talking about science. Amy and I are talking about science. Why can't you shut off for 2
And
seconds? And let
I
me
asked
talk?
you whether or not God created life, and you said yes. And then I asked, did Jesus die for life on other planets as well? And did
Why
God leave
are
his
you
word there?
talking about Jesus, dude? Keep his name out
Why
of your
not?
mouth. I haven't mentioned him yet. Why are you? Why are you?
Well,
shut up.
The fictional,
No, why are
the
you?
fictional sucker
What? Talk about it
apparently
again, dude. No,
died
talk
for
about
our
it again.
sins. So,
Shut the fuck up.
What? Also, I can't talk about
So
Jesus.
can I talk
That's
about
going to
science
get
with
you
Amy
mad.
Newman and get Peter off of here yet, or is he
That
just going to
gets you mad?
me? Is he just
Ooh,
going to
this
sass
is-
me?
this
I'm
is
going
interesting.
to send
This is
love to both of
interesting.
you. I like the back and forth, but
Amy, I don't like the
do
back and
wanna
forth
know.
because it was supposed to be between me and you and not me and Peter. Peter's
you
done
love
nothing
it.
but talk over me this whole time. I'm trying to talk
hate
about
sex
science.
is
He
going
wants
great.
to talk about religion. No, listen to this. I want to talk about science. He wants to talk about religion. That's what's real.
Sure.
That's what's
well,
real.
we're
You
both
know what?
guilty of it because we
Oh,
view this as a
Amy,
science versus religion battle.
can Amy, can I relish in the moment that he said
No,
Peter
this is
wants
not
to
a
talk
science
about
versus religion battle. This
and
is a
I don't-
religion versus
and he
religion
said,
battle.
I want to talk
You've
about
got the
science
religious
because
atheists
that is
and the
real.
religious creationists, and that's what you got.
That is great
Peter,
that you
shut
just
up.
said that religion
Peter, how many
isn't
times
real.
have you been on this show?
It's not
Peter?
real.
This is like my
You just
second
said
time on
it's
the
not
show.
real.
Shut up.
We are
Peter.
not religious in that we lack a belief in a God. I would say that would be our reason for that.
I'd say I have knowledge God doesn't exist.
Oh my. Well, I was
Oh,
just
shit.
saying
And
that's
she's
true.
Hey
and
guys,
C
I'm
Science
sorry.
just
I
said,
went away. I
and
had to
C
check on my
Science
baby
just said
girl.
it isn't real, so he agrees with me.
My maple
Which is
syrup
great.
is almost boiled down to sugar, man.
That's why he probably doesn't want to talk about Jesus, because Jesus wasn't real either.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I was just trying to talk about science, but you want to talk about religion. That's what's real. So,
By the way, Doorknob Head, you're right.
Amy, like we were saying, you say, okay, look at the universe. It's completely void of life between here and everywhere else. Oh, there's only this little tiny pocket that allows
seem designed.
Well, it is. It does seem designed. In fact, a lot of scientists would say it does appear designed. You know, it appears designed.
I would say a giant majority, like Stephen Hawking used to say, that it was designed for black holes, if anything.
Yeah. So I've read a Stephen Hawking quote here before. Now,
oh boy, that was.
I even wrote it in the chat.
Now we're gonna go. Now we're gonna go.
Oh
to
no! Wait a minute. Now it wasn't in this show on this channel. That was on.
You read one on the
channel. I wrote on this channel.
Oh Jesus!
Didn't I have to make a deal with you though?
It was hilarious. No, listen, it was hilarious.
Reread it.
I called Stephen Hawking on the telephone, right? I'm like, yo, Stephen, what's up? He's like, hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. Okay. I'm like, Stephen, how the hell are you, man? He's like, well,
so now you're going to make fun of the guy's illness?
And being dead
that is the level we're at right now.
Yeah, we just descended to a new.
I'm going to talk over that if he's going to do that.
Good. Now listen, you say that there's no life.
Let's talk about your gay buddy Jesus. Let's talk about him.
Let's not talk about Jesus. Let's talk about science and not religion.
Let's talk about
because
why
every
Jesus
time I
was
come on
gay.
here, you want to talk about religion and gay people.
Let's talk about why Jesus was gay.
Yeah. Let's talk about science.
Let's talk about it.
No, let's talk about science.
Let's talk about Jesus.
You don't like science. You don't want to talk about science. You want to talk about religion. I want to talk about science.
I want to talk about science with someone who actually knows what he's talking about. You apparently
I'm the
don't.
guy on the side of science. This guy wants to talk about religion.
You apparently don't.
Yeah, I'm the guy on the side of science here. I'm the guy that can quote Stephen Hawking from his head. You know, so like, I mean, I'm the one talking about science.
You're the guy pretending that he's interested in science when he's apparently not.
No, that's just an assertion from a misconception about creationists, dude. You are so empty. You are so wrong. It's hilarious. Let me talk to Amy and shut off your mic,
empty.
Dude. Can I talk to Amy?
This is why I'm having coffee right now, filling up the emptiness.
Peter. Hey, Peter, Pumpkin Eater. Beat feet.
Let's talk about Jesus.
I need to talk to Amy and James.
Do you recall why you're in here? Is because I dared you to come in here.
You, dude. You're not even letting me get my stuff out, yo. So anyway,
and you know what?
The fact is, the universe is fine-tuned for life. The fact that it allows life at all is what's amazing.
Fine-tuned for life. How come there isn't more life?
That's the thing. It's fine-tuned for life, and life exists in it.
Just a little bit of life.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Amy, do you expect us to be holding hands from here all the way to Mars? Like, is there supposed to be people packed in? Like, are you mad because space is
if it was designed for life? Yes.
No, check it out, guys. No, check it out. It's like,
if it was designed for life, then why can't we live on Mars?
Dude, are you mad that there's like space in space? Like, that makes no sense. You think that we should all be shoulder to shoulder through the entire universe?
Why can't we live on Mars?
And it's not the fact that this
universe doesn't make sense.
Completely. Yo, Peter, shut up, dude. It's not the fact that this universe is completely packed full of life. It's the fact that life's possible in the first place.
If your God designed it,
because this
he's
universe didn't have to be
designer.
one that allows the consciousness at all. It's the fact that consciousness exists in the first place that's so amazing. Because it's an extra.
But you're making consciousness special. And so, like, I think it's awesome and amazing. But I don't get...
No, isn't it special? Is it more special than the universe?
So, I'll tell you this. It is... Conscious beings are as special as fungi injecting their stomach acid onto other organisms is special.
Absolutely, that's a system too. It's all set up. Like everything in the ecosystems, they're all interdependent. Like an ecosystem itself is an interdependent system. You know, and if one thing gets removed from that system, a lot of things go. You know that.
And the reason it is because of evolution.
But theists seem to make
That's what
consciousness
you believe, Peter.
special because
No, it's not what I believe.
if your God was not conscious, the whole shtick would be meaningless. You'd be a deist. Oh.
You can't talk about his God, Amy, because then he shuts up.
Maybe
That's the part he doesn't know jack shit about. Don't talk about that because you're going to lose him.
Well, I mean,
I think his audio probably just cut out.
And yeah, I'll be charitable and say that maybe something came up, but it doesn't make any sense to me to have an eternal conscious mind. Excuse me, as I cough, because necessarily consciousness is a temporal experience. We were here, and then we were here, and then we went over here, and you have kind of a pinpoint in each time and space. They are necessarily connected, but for a God, it would be you having a conscious moment, all conscious moments, everywhere, at all moments, forever. It just, to me, it would make consciousness a completely incoherent concept.
Useless.
Yeah. So do you think planets are special?
See, you keep on using the word special.
No.
See,
Well,
planets
no, you use the word special, and that's why I decided to use it, because you use the term special.
Well, because you, to me, you were using a special fallacy. Because I wouldn't say that planets are special. I would say they all
So do you
have
think
their
planets
own
are
unique
inevitable?
properties. So you mean inevitable. So the Big Bang happened, and there was hydrogen, helium, and a little bit of lithium.
Why did that helium form? Why did that hydrogen form?
Because of the unevenness of, I believe, heat distribution. But
would you believe
you
that
have
Stephen Hawking
you
says
still
that
also,
it forms?
I haven't answered planets yet, though.
Okay.
So you have all of this hydrogen, and then what happens is, in which most of the universe is made of, it makes and coalesces into the first stars. You have no heavier elements. And then after these first and a lot of times second stars live, die, explode, the big ones, they supernova, as opposed to the small ones who red giant. And in the supernova, in this explosion, creates all of the heavier elements. And wherever those heavier elements land, those new solar systems suddenly have rocky planets. That's where it all comes from.
Yeah. And now explain how God created planets that are completely useless. Why did he create them?
Well, God created a lot of things for the beauty itself. That much is obvious just looking at nature.
I mean, how many planets are in
Have
the
you ever
Andromeda
seen
Galaxy
a
that
nebula? No, have you ever
Nobody's
seen
ever
a
gonna even see them?
Why do I always get into
Do you think that before people invented telescopes, prehistoric people saw nebulas?
No, prehistoric people did not see nebulas, but that wasn't the question. How tired
so
are you, dude?
God didn't make it for the beauty.
Because you're not even keeping up with the conversation, Peter. Why don't you just shut your
I'm
mic off
just
and
stating that God didn't make it for the beauty because apparently
Listen, Peter,
no one
I'm not
could
here to
see
talk
it.
to you. Do you realize that I'm here to talk to Amy and James? Because they can actually hold a
Jesus
conversation
never saw a
that makes
nebula.
sense. It's coherent.
Jesus never saw a nebula, nor
This
did
is
his
rough,
12
James.
disciples.
And I
This is rough.
saw Nebula from Guardians of the Galaxy. She's a lovely lady.
There you go. Yeah, there's the Horsehead Nebula. There's MH1, I think. MI1? I don't know. There's a lot of nebulas. It goes on and on and on. They've got this
And
nebula
God
that
made
looks
the
like
horse
head of a
head
dog.
nebula because it reminded him of a horse.
Well, I'm glad you're a theist now. That's great, Peter. Thanks for
Yeah.
admitting that. Hey, so
and you
anyway,
know what?
the point
he
was
made a
that
horse
life is
head.
not
He made a horse
necessary.
head
Life
nebula
is not necessary.
because
So I don't know about special,
if he would have
but it's
made a
not
horse's
necessary.
ass nebula,
So
then
let's
he
say
would
that
have
life
created
is
it in his
extra
own
instead
image.
of special. Peter, shut up. Let's say life is extra instead of special. Okay, let's not use the word
Isn't.
special because that sounds like special pleading. Hey, life is extra, isn't it? Compared to
No,
a
it's
void
inevitable.
universe. Planets
Life
are
is
extra.
inevitable.
Did you know that if the universe was not precisely tuned at the most fundamental levels, and that these
It would have
fundamental
been
constants
different.
were not what they were, Peter? Give me a
It would
second.
have been
That
different.
the hydrogen would not have been able to form and burn in the stars, create the stars, to create the higher and lower elements.
You
In
don't
your
know that.
theory, I
You
do
don't
know
know
that.
that.
Yes,
No.
I do. Stephen Hawking knew
How
that.
many
He
universes have
knew
you
it. It
studied?
wasn't just a theory. He knew
How
it. And
many
it bugged him and it
universes
perplexed.
have you studied?
Oh my gosh, Peter, your argument's beside the point again.
I'm
Like, why
asking a
can't you hold
simple
a
question.
conversation,
How
dude?
many universes
No, why
have
can't you
you
hold a
studied?
conversation, dude? All you do is deflect to other things. Amy just left.
No, I'm
Now
not.
Amy left because
Oh
you won't
no,
shut
no, I'm
up.
here. I will
She's here.
say, even though if you ever see my picture, I'm always
So-
listening.
Okay, so Amy, now I was saying to you, okay, so we can say
Amy
that
is
life
always
might.
here in
Damn it,
spirit.
Peter! Really? All right, so Amy, can you mic him like stop that mic? All right,
We're
so we can
love.
say that life is extra, okay, not special. Okay,
You say
life
extra.
is extra to a universe void of life.
You're being a
Planets
little
are
extra
extra
right now.
to a universe void of life, isn't it? Wouldn't you say? Like the
can't-
universe
Life is
could
inevitable.
be. The
You
universe
are
is space.
assuming. Can you say, can there be a universe without life?
Can't there be?
I don't know.
What if
Because we
all
have
the
no
life
other
was extinguished
examples.
on this planet? Would there still be an Earth? I think so. I think it's pretty logical that life is extra.
life.
I think that the planets are extra. I think that space could exist without planets and stars, and there could just be empty space because the stars and planets didn't need to form. You know that? Like
mass
that's the whole thing. You
extinctions are a clue.
guys take so many free lunches
Science.
in logic
Aren't
with
mass
your Big
extinctions
Bang
a clue?
theory. It's ridiculous. It's like, oh, first I get all the energy.
He's not going to answer
free.
that.
I get all the energy in
Amy,
the
you
universe
ask
for
him
absolutely free.
whether or
And then
not
all
mass
that energy just
extinctions are a
flows
clue.
up faster than the speed of light. Oh, faster than the speed of light. Like that's not breaking any principles of science. Matter and energy is just going infinitely faster than the speed of light. And like immediately
they're not.
populating
Yeah,
the
only
early known
massive things
universe.
can't go faster than
That's
light.
how many 45 billion light years
Nothing is
across.
going faster than the speed of light.
Instantly populating the early universe with Big Bang materials infinitely faster than the speed of light because it had to travel that vast distance. Okay, it had to travel that
Universe was small at first.
hundreds of millions of light years. You know?
No.
Oh yeah. No, and it didn't in an instant.
Oh no.
Yeah, it expanded in an instant.
Because that's not
because
what
it had
happened.
to escape the gravity, magic gravity.
That's your misinterpretation of the Big Bang.
Your magic
but that's
Big
not what
Bang
happened.
had to escape that gravity.
And
know?
so
everything is pushed into one single spot, right? So you got everything in the universe is crammed into a dot.
It's dictated because of Hubble's law.
Okay.
But why?
And then why would it ever leave? Because it goes boom. It's like, oh, because there's a little bit more.
Could have been repulsive
material,
gravity.
a little bit more matter than antimatter. So then it blew up. It went, oh. And it blew up so fast that it broke laws of science.
But
That's
the alternative is there was this guy
blew
who
up.
waited around, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah,
he
you're right,
was
it
like,
expanded,
I
Peter.
want
Shut up.
humans, and then he was
Yeah.
like words, and then that just made people.
Yeah. So what the Bible
Nothing blew
basically
up.
has is what I
Nothing
see
blew
it
up.
as is a setting where you have everything in the universe, the entire constants, being created or manifest or however you want to say it, I guess, from the energy. Okay.
Thing.
Already spread out. Now check this idea out. All the contents are already spread out far enough to where they don't get sucked into each other from gravity. They're made that way to begin with. There is no center. Okay, so you've got a universe in the Bible that's created, spread out almost to where it is right now, actually, because if you
Created
just go back
from what?
10,000 years from the expansion, you would be at where it was at creation.
Science,
according
what
to
was
the
it created from?
Before we go, I just wanted to with Nathius. Not only that,
And that's part of my model.
there may be a time actually where the galaxies are actually moving away from each other because of dark energy faster than the speed of light. I just don't understand a lot of these just have to do with like the scale.
Oh yeah.
But Amy, the difference is they're not moving away at more than the speed of light. They're staying in the same exact spot. Space is expanding because nothing can move faster than the speed of light.
Sure, I agree with both statements.
The expansion,
the
expansion. It's the expansion that covers that. But what I'm really curious, Sea Science.
What you would be really curious about is, since we're on the subject of stars,
God
is that
created.
we've just discovered these things that appear to be ginormous galaxies at the very edge of what's supposed to be.
Let me finish my sentence.
Universe.
You say God created the universe. What did God create the universe from?
Himself, man. It says right in the Bible. All power and glory.
It doesn't say in the Bible that God created it from Himself.
Sanctification.
Okay, what verse?
All energy comes from God.
Tell me the verse. Give me the verse in the Bible where it says that God created the universe from Himself. I need a verse, chapter and verse.
Now listen. This is what I
believe. Give me chapter and verse for the stupid statement you just made.
It's not even necessarily,
give
whatever
me
your stereotypes add up to
and
what
verse in the Bible where God
listen, Peter, you
claims
managed
to have created the universe
religion. Amy
from
Newman,
Himself.
Are you still there? Amy Newman.
I'm still here.
Okay, can you tell him
Amy,
to stop talking
can we
about
press him on this,
things?
please?
Can you tell him to
press
stop
him on
talking about
this, please? Because
things
I
and
really
talk
want to
about
know
science
the
and
chapter
science?
and verse where it states
No,
that
this guy
God
keeps
created
talking
the
about
universe from
religion and
Himself.
stuff. I'm talking about science. I did go to my theory.
No. You brought it up.
I brought up my
we're
model
checking
because
a claim that you made.
Oh my God! Is this
You
really
want to
how
post?
your show
You
is,
want to
Amy?
post
Where you got
links
some
when
jerk
it comes
like
to
this that just
science,
talks over
but
your
you
beat?
can't post a
Like,
link
I'm
when
your
it
guest,
comes
man.
to your
This
own
guy's
holy
talked
book.
over me this whole time.
All right, gentlemen. I would say that it's hard to separate the two because to us, creationism, intelligent design, they are fancy ways of wrapping up religion.
That's an
now,
and have been debunked over and over and over again.
That's also an opinion, because
that's also a
has
fact.
never been debunked.
That's also a fact.
Atheism is a belief.
Yes, it has.
And there's plenty of evidence for God. Evidence of God is overwhelming. It's everywhere. And if life is evidence of God, how many examples of life do I have to choose from?
We know that the account in Genesis is false.
How do you know that?
Creation account doesn't line up with
don't know
anything,
any, dude. You
with
believe
any
you,
of the
you
evidence that science finds and bases their story on.
Gosh. Listen, I'm talking to Peter.
Sorry, I can't help myself.
Actually, I'm talking to Amy. I'm trying to. But Peter, Peter
because
just keeps
I ask you this,
I
ask you the hard questions.
No,
right?
you ask me
the ones you can't
questions
answer
while we're talking about science.
Yeah,
dude.
and you won't answer
and then you
them
built
because
no.
you know
want me
your
to ask,
religion is
ask you
full
one
of
question
shit.
about what I believe, something I believe.
You
and I'm gonna
won't
work back
answer
to
them
science
because you
then
know
tried to
your
know.
religion is full of shit.
Oh my gosh, this guy is like impossible to get around.
You know your
Is there
Bible
any way
is
we
full
could
of
block
shit.
him or just
That's
kick him
why
off so I
you
can
won't
talk to
answer
you too?
questions about the Bible.
No. Is there any way I could just we could get rid of him so we could just talk together? Because it sounds like you guys are actually worth.
You want to get rid of the guy asking the hard questions
without getting off track to religious things. Like Amy can actually hold a coherent conversation. James, I've talked to James.
Amy can hold a coherent conversation.
No, you can't.
But you're making claims, and I'm asking clarifying questions about your claims.
Do you even know what we're talking about?
And then is when you want to derail and deflect.
No,
you just made the claim that somewhere in the Bible it says that God created heaven and earth from Himself. I want to know
He created it.
verse
He spoke it into existence.
I probably read the Bible
Do the math,
more
you
than
Muppet.
you
It's in
ever
the first
have,
chapter
and I
of the
know
Bible,
that you're full of shit
Muppet.
when you're making that claim. Because it says nowhere in the Bible
God created
where
the
it
heavens
states,
and the earth. If there was
nowhere
nothing else
in
but
the
God,
Bible
what do you
does it
think he
say
created
that
it
God
from?
created heaven and
I gave him
earth
the answer and he
from
won't listen to
Himself.
me. I mean, that's his problem. Silence that
From
dude.
Himself.
Silence
Give me
that piece of
chapter
shit.
and verse.
I want to
Give
talk
me
about
chapter
something
and
that's new
verse.
and real. and he wants to talk about.
Give me chapter and verse for the stupid statement you just made about your Bible.
Beyond that, all that
Would you believe that?
Hey,
you don't know jack shit about the Bible?
That cosmology is in crisis right now. Do you know why? No, cosmology is in crisis right now.
It isn't.
It is in crisis. Do you know that, Peter? Have you heard? Have you heard why?
No, I recently spoke. I recently spoke to Sean Carroll, and guess what? Cosmology isn't in crisis.
Okay, wait. You know why it's in crisis? I'll tell you why it's in
crisis. Yes, tell us.
All right. So, just this last year, we have launched our Webb telescope, and the information's in. Information, yes, information. Data. All right. We looked to the very edge of the known universe. What's that?
And found 5 new galaxies.
5, 6, 10.
I'm just helping.
There's a bunch of new galaxies that we found.
But
at the very distance, we found
5 really,
5 or 6.
The 5 really interesting ones. Go to the point that you're trying to make. The 5 really interesting.
Well, yeah,
ones
you already know. You already know about them.
I already know.
Yeah. So
I already
are
know.
they galaxies or do they?
And I already know that science has already caught up.
He already knows. I don't even have to tell him.
And adjusted their model according to the new evidence.
Oh, I bet you know what I predict. I predict that.
But for the audience who doesn't know,
in the next 5, there's nothing. Peter knows everything because he doesn't.
He found galaxies that are older than they thought galaxies would have formed. So
what we have,
they found galaxies.
What we have here is a situation where
they found galaxies which they thought they wouldn't have formed that far in that short amount of time, and they have now adjusted their model and have now adjusted everything. So the new evidence comes in. And what
they're about to
then
say that
is
the
that you
universe
adjust
is
your model.
much older than they have been. That 13.7, 13.8
no,
model.
That is actually not what they're saying.
I know.
No.
This is my. Why don't you shut up? I'm saying a couple years from now. I just said that they wouldn't have said it yet. What? Can't you carry a conversation, man?
Oh, that's great.
It's like all you can do is
make a prophecy. You're going to make a prophecy.
No, I'm making a prediction.
Just like in the Bible.
It's a mathematic prediction.
Things that don't come true?
It's not. It's a mathematic prediction. Okay, yeah. If prophecy is just making predictions, then I guess I'm a prophet if I play chess. No, I must be a prophet if I play chess because I can foresee your move because I know how dumb you are.
Make your prophecy.
I did here in this debate, Peter. Like I just handled you. I handled you in the first 3 minutes I came on here. I got you to admit that.
Have you found the verse yet that I've asked for?
24 minutes at 5. Hour 5.
If we got 24 minutes, if we can do anything for 24 minutes, anything at all, can we watch a music video?
No, we have stopped watching videos for a lot.
What if it's a music video that I made? What if it's a music video I made? If I go get it in 3 seconds,
instead, let's just have. Can I ask actually, see science? If you had the steel man, if you had to give a charitable definition of evolution, what would it be?
Yeah, you're not going to get an answer.
Oh no, I was going to answer. I was just off screen trying to find this link.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know.
If I was going to give you a definition of evolution, oh man, a magical process. A magic plastic.
Can I stop you for 1 second?
That's not what she asked.
I will say.
I got that wrong. If
that is not what she asked. She asked you to steel man evolution.
Huh?
Because
you can't. So now you have to pretend to be funny because you don't.
Well, anyway, so I got this link
what
in the
the
chat.
fuck you're talking about?
Hold on.
But hey, you know what?
Do you know the difference between a steel man and a straw man?
I don't actually. I'm not a debater.
That's okay.
He's smart.
Why don't you? I mean, if you guys say it simply, I can probably.
So a straw man is where you make an argument that the person actually doesn't believe, and yet it's easy to knock over. And then a steel man is where you try and do like a devil's advocate, kind of a fair position of the other side, so
you
that
make it as strong as it could
Yes,
possibly
to
be.
make it see if you
Well-
really do understand the other person's position.
Basically, it
Oh,
is
like, so explain evolution to you guys?
it's stating the opponent's position as good as possible.
Okay, yeah, sure.
That is what
You
a
guys
steelman
believe
is.
that mutation creates. You guys believe
No.
that the same Yeah, shut up. You asked me,
No.
didn't you? Do you want me to answer you a freaking answer ever? Like, dude, Peter, shut the fuck up.
I'm just pointing out when you're wrong. Go ahead.
I'm just pointing out that you're just disrespectful and you interrupt everyone
We
that comes
don't
on the
believe.
show.
First
I've
of
watched
all,
the
we
show a bunch
don't
of times. That's all
believe.
that happens.
Second of all, mutations don't create. So continue.
We've got about how much time?
We're doing good. We still got 20 minutes.
Yeah, I've got like 10. So if we can watch this video real quick, and then I'll answer Peter everything he wants.
No, we
about
can't
religion
watch a
after.
video. Amy asked you a question.
Okay.
so
Amy wants me to explain.
Go ahead
religion.
and steal, man.
All right, I want to explain your religion to you right now.
Get it right.
You
see,
guys
science,
believe?
Get it right.
Yeah, I will get it right if you would just let me talk. Can you,
You
shut
can-
his
you can
mic off
Google
so I
it,
can
too.
explain it without getting cut off? Is there any way you can shut his mic off for
Google
just
it.
3 minutes? Just 3 minutes.
It's going to correct you if you're wrong.
Can you shut his mic off?
Oh,
No.
let him get through a little bit of it. Chances
Yeah, a
are
little bit.
everything it'll be wrong.
I mean, I let you
he's
guys
not
talk
gonna get
crap
it right
about
anyway.
Jesus all
He's
day
not
long,
going to get
and
it
I
right.
don't-
We know.
I usually don't. Flip
He's
out
not
or
going to get it
anything.
right.
But okay, a
You know, and
fair
that's like-
definition of evolution.
I mean, you guys lash out at people that I actually care about. I mean, even if you don't think they're real, like, I mean, like, if you talk crap about my
I
mom,
mean, I
I'd
can
be pissed too,
school
you
him
know?
on the Bible, so
Like, I can
he's
pick up.
probably
I can talk
going
crap
to get
about your mom.
evolution
Peter.
wrong.
Like, go ahead with
Yo,
the
Peter's
definition.
mom is so fat. Once I hit her with my car,
Oh,
she said drive around.
Go ahead.
Guess,
But I said
guess
I don't
what?
think I
Guess
have
what?
enough
See
gas.
science. Guess what?
I don't
See
think I have enough
science.
gas
I
to
can
drive
see
that
where this
far.
is going here.
Yo,
He's dead.
dude's mom is so fat. Her freaking belt
all
size is
right,
equator.
all right.
This is
All
where we
Yo,
need to
dude's
go.
mom.
Okay.
Again,
Dude's mom-
gentlemen.
Yo,
You want
Peter is so
to
ugly,
talk
yo.
shit about
When
my
he was
mother
born,
who passed
no,
away
listen,
4
listen.
years
Peter
ago?
is so
Go
ugly.
ahead.
When he was born, the
Go
doctor
ahead. If you
slapped
think
his mom
if you think that's
because
going to
he
make
was
you
like,
charitable,
"Yo,
just
you're
go
wrong."
ahead.
Can we
Just go
silence him
ahead.
yet? Can we silence Peter yet? Because 24 minutes of this is going to clear the chat.
Now I'm not going to shut up at all.
Oh, good.
You
Like
crossed
you
the
have-
line.
like
just
you
now.
have before.
You crossed the line.
Like you have
You
before.
crossed the line.
Oh, Peter, are you coming at me? What you gonna
So
do?
let's talk.
Oh, my
let's
God.
talk about your
Yo.
God. Let's talk about your
Oh.
God and your Bible.
No, I'm not
Let's-
done
let's
talking
get
about
to
your
the
mom
verse
yet, Peter.
where you
But
claim
John,
that
Peter,
God
what about your
created
mom?
heaven and earth from
No, let me
himself.
talk about your mom because you talk about my people all the time like that. I was just giving you a piece of your own mess. You can't even take it, yo.
What do you
So
what
shut
do you
up.
mean your people? Do you just mean Christians?
Yeah, Christians in general, all the time. You guys come here and talk shit about
Christian to
Christians?
Is it
you know, my
Christian to
family,
talk
I have
shit about
Christians in my
people who have
family,
passed
too.
away?
But we attack beliefs.
Besides-
I mean,
I don't attack like
okay, let's pretend
Besides, is
like
that
you're
Christian?
not passive aggressively like trying to attack Christians.
Oh, no.
Besides,
Okay,
is
right?
it Christian to talk
Let's
shit
bring 'em
about
out,
people
draw 'em
who have
out.
passed
Hey, let's
away?
get
Can I
that
please?
fishing hook out, baby.
So
Let's go see what we
I
can
would
draw out of the
also
chat.
say I would like to think that
What'd
we're
you find down
aggressive-
there in that chat this
aggressive.
time?
I don't like passive aggressiveness. I rather people just say what they mean. I mean, James and I think we will openly.
I'm going to
say,
define evolution for you.
Sure.
All right, that's what you want. I'm going to give you my best side, your side, my best.
Floor is yours.
If Peter will shut the hell up
All you
for just 2 minutes.
evolution.
Peter, can you do 30? Give me
Fair.
30
No,
seconds.
no,
I can
don't
do it in 30
preamble.
seconds.
But then you keep provoking
You're asking
him,
him,
and then
you're
yeah.
asking him for a question, which means that it would
I will-
get over
I
your
will
answer.
shut up.
Listen, okay, I'm going to explain this to Peter
Amy,
right now.
Amy,
Sometimes
I'll
I
make
ask
him-
questions
I'll make
when
him a
I'm
deal.
talking the
I'll make him a
rhetorical. You're
deal,
not supposed
Amy.
to answer.
I will
If
shut
anything,
up
they're like
the
thought
moment
questions. You know, they're
he
questions
has
to think about,
apologized
not questions
what
to
he
actually
just said.
ask. You know what I
Then
mean?
I'm going to shut
So I'm
up.
just going to talk over Peter when he
I'm
talks.
going to shut
See,
up
this
the
isn't-
moment
this
he
isn't-
apologizes for what he said about my mother. Then I'm going to shut up. Until
Well,
then,
as soon as you
he's
apologize,
not
what
going
you
to
say
be
about my
able to
people,
say a
man.
word
Why
without
don't you
me
apologize what you
over-talking.
say about Christians, Peter?
But and the
Huh?
difference is, and I
I'm
don't
waiting.
think he even heard.
Yo, is your mom dead?
Yes.
Well, then I'm sorry. All right, are you over it now? You're going to shut the fuck up?
No, because
Oh my God! shut up,
because
dude.
of what
Why
you
don't
just
you ever
said,
shut up?
I'm not believing that you apologized.
Well, I'm really
You
sorry.
just want
Mom's
to talk.
dead. I'm sorry. I won't talk about your mom.
No, you're not sorry.
But you know what? You should tell your mom to quit calling me.
You know,
No, you should tell your mom to quit calling. because it's
and
weird.
I'm not going to stop over talking you because you're
No,
a
I mean,
fucking
your
piece
mom
of shit.
keeps calling me. You should tell her to quit calling me because
You're a fucking piece of shit.
Oh shit.
Amy,
Okay.
Amy, do we need
don't
this?
cry, Peter.
Honestly.
Oh,
Well,
don't
it's
cry.
getting...
Do we need this?
I normally
Can we
like the
play
back
my
and
music
forth,
video?
but I don't like the toxicity.
No.
It's
I
getting
love
toxic.
you both. I just see science. A
Yes,
fair
Jay.
definition of evolution.
Evolution?
Amy, I'm not going to let him talk.
I thought you wanted me to
Honestly,
explain your
I'm
guys'
not going to
side.
let him talk until he apologizes and means it. I'm not going to let him talk.
Well, yeah.
This is something that I'm not going to let slide.
Okay.
Sorry. Not sorry.
Sorry. Not sorry. Who says
Well,
that?
you can
for
try
real?
see science.
No,
you
who
can
really
try
like
it.
who
You can
says
try
that
it.
for real?
You can
Other
try it.
than
I'm
weak
just going to talk
Muppets.
over you until you
telling you,
apologize. And you
this guy doesn't
apologize
want
in
to
a
talk
way
about
so
science. He
people
doesn't
would
care about
actually
science. He
think
wants
that
to
you
talk
mean
about
it.
religion.
Because you're a fucking piece of
This
shit,
guy
see
feels
science.
some kind of
And I'm
way
not going to
about
let this
Christians
go.
because he's probably
I
touched
am
his
not
child
going to
somehow.
let this go. I'm going
But
to
the
talk
point
over
is,
you as long as possible.
I want to talk about
And
science.
I'm going
This
to
guy
be
wants to talk
louder
about
than
religion.
you anyway. So I'm
This guy
not
wants
going
to
to
tell
talk
someone whose middle
over
name is
you
Science
just
about
because you need to apologize. And when you have, I will let you finish.
Your mom called. Tell her to stop calling
I think
me.
we're going to get outros because I don't think we're going
Yeah,
to get...
I think that's the best thing to do.
Oh. All right.
Sorry,
We
Amy.
are moving. And we are moving into outros because I think that we have expanded the...
We're at the
I
limit.
really do want to... Yeah, James, just go.
The dumpster fire. The dumpster is full. The trash is burning. We're all roasting our marshmallows. The stench is bad, but yeah, it's time to call it a night.
I do want to apologize for that, but I think he crossed the line, and it's a line that I'm not going to.
It was
allow
pretty messed
him
up.
to
No,
cross.
I understand that. It was
So-
pretty. He's trolly, but that kind of crossed the line of reasonable.
And it's weird. I mean, these are the people who think they are the chosen ones, who are special. I honestly, I couldn't name you a single atheist who would go there. Not a single one.
Yeah.
In fact, I have been in a fight with a flat earther. And that was while my mother was having surgery for 2 brain tumors. And it continued on until she passed away. This guy was the first one to message me and say, hey, we've been fighting. This is a terrible thing. I want to apologize for everything I said. And if you need someone to talk to, I'll be here and I'll talk to you. So
I think
there are people who are better than that. And I'm still friends with this guy, even though he's a flat earther. He's a Christian. He lost his entire family because he's a flat earther. And to me, that move showed me that we're not talking to someone putting on an act like this piece of shit just did, but that there's a real person behind it, someone who's capable of having empathy. And every single year we catch up, just in a few messages, but we do keep in touch. And to me, that's worth more than a lot of bullshit.
Yeah.
And
I think losing your
to this
parents
day,
is probably the roughest thing for anybody.
It is. It is. And in my case, it wasn't just a parent, it was losing my best friend. So
Yeah, they're great.
someone that I not only saw as a parent, but I did see as a best friend. But I mean, it says a lot about people when they do that.
I I'm going to parse this out two ways. I don't think that you should make fun of. I don't think that you should make those types of jokes. And I'll tell you why, Sea Science. We're not trying to. I swear to you, and I know it feels like we are. We're not trying to attack your people. I know you try and say Christians. We're trying to attack, and this is hard to separate out. We're trying to attack Christianity. And I know it doesn't feel like we're attacking maybe the leaders or the institutions or whatever, but it's the same way that I'm attacking Judaism and not Jews, because they are amazing, lovely people, just like my...
Wolfe sending love to Peter. I lost my dad when I was 16.
Yeah.
So
really?
I still have my mom, but yeah.
And okay. I see the back. I'm trying to now anti-smolder. However, I guess I will move on to that. I think one of the most amazing things about atheists, skeptics, whatever, humans, we respect the dead. I think it's one of the most amazing things that we have.
There's an upside, Amy. We do have another show coming on this Sunday, where we, and I'm really happy with that. Don't get a lot of people like Sea Science. We get people who actually are able to have a decent conversation and ask a question.
Well, on that note, Peter, I think we are just going to roll into our outros just like this. We are Skeptic. Oh my goodness. Was that her myrrh?
Just Penelope?
No, I think that was Buttercup.
Wanting to go out?
Penelope likes to cut, yeah. She wants to go exploring. She probably wants to go jump on Moonlight. And hey, I love to do. And I will say, we are looking. I'm seeing backstage. We are looking for more creationists to debate. Though Peter can be found at Randolph Richardson's stream every fortnight. Are you going? Possibly, if I do go there, I will say we will be having an after show. I might go there for 10 or 15 minutes, but then I really do have to pass out because it is about to be 7 a.m.
She's been
And
up
I can
all day.
also be found on my channel.
Yes.
But,
Peter, we have been Skeptic and
guests,
Ranting. Let me interrupt you one time to then hand it over to you. We have been Skeptic and Ranting on unlocking the mystery of life. What you got going on, and what are your final thoughts?
Okay. So I'm still waiting on day and time confirmation from our good friend P-Town, who's going to have a conversation with one of the people from on Ross channel, the Blasphemers Bible Study. A guy called Mighty Chicken. He's in education. He wants to have a chat with P-Town. He had a chat with P-Town already, which was kind of heated, but they're probably going to have a good conversation when they come on my channel. So I'm waiting for that. But it's been a bit difficult. And Amy, if you can enlarge me to full screen if possible. There we go. Sunday, April 2nd, the Theist Helpline. If you're a theist and you need help getting a grasp of reality, or if you want to convince us that a goddess or a god exists, come join us.
Operators are
And
standing
this
by.
is on the Politics Discord channel. And we will hear you out. No problem. Okay. Thank you, Amy. You can.
Thank you so very much. And with that, James.
Oh, I do have some slight news, Amy.
Yes.
In the month of April, so April 1st, we will still have a Blasphemers Bible at the on Saturday at the usual time. For the rest of the month, we might change that and go to Tuesdays because Arn isn't able to stream on Saturdays. So we're going to have a short show this Saturday, and then the usual shows in the weeks after that in April are going to be on a Tuesday. So people might want to check on schedule and make sure that they're going to watch the Blasphemers Bible.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much,
Thanks, Peter.
And go check out the Blasphemers Bible. Go check out all of that fantastic skeptic content all over the internet, as well as Randolph Richardson's stream, where Peter and I will be on coming up soon. But James, it has been,
bedtime.
We have finished, that's right, it is bedtime. We have finished up our video on, if I can get it, woo, like that Mel, what is it? The Mel Brooks thing where they had like the can of air. But yes, we have been unlocking the mystery of life. And we got this on our plate because of you. And it took 2 scoops of goodness to get there. But what are your final thoughts?
Good night.
Good night.
Thanks everybody for spending your evening with us. All the entertainment options you have, but you chose us. We appreciate it. Thanks for all the support we got previously in the stream was amazing. Thank you guys. And look for us back later in the week. We'll be back.
Woohoo! Thank you so much, James. I am putting out there multiple ways that you can get on our show. We have our 3 different open mics, but we also have, if you are a subscriber on Twitch, if you are a channel member on YouTube or a Patreon, you gain access to Talk Skeptic to me, and we will host you on the show. However, if you would like to be produced by someone who is related to someone who owns Jewish space lasers, then head on down to my Fiverr page, which is on the screen and in chat. I am not only starting to produce people, now I am producing people long form, which is fantastic. Started doing shows like the Money Talk show that I've been producing in there. And so check that out. Or if you would like to have yours, go check out the Fiverr page. And woohoo! Did you? Oh, thank you. I could not. That was the next thing I was going to say. Thank you so very much, Stilett. Woohoo!
Oh, thank you, Stilett.
Thank you so very much,
Stilett.
And that's right.
Appreciate it.
We are almost there. We are so on the Patreon subscription service, which allows us to make even more content, but also unlock unique perks. You can head there, and we are only $29 away from hitting 200. Got you. Oh my goddess. I also need to update all of the, yes, I just added your name to the credits. Gizmo and I were working hard. And then I should be updating. I really need to update the Discord and add all of the new Patreons on there. Also, if I ever miss your name on any of the lists, if you're on the girl deck and I shouldn't have you or something, please send me a reminder and I will add you on there, because you guys and gals deserve all the love and respect in the world for all the love you do to me. Sending so much love to James Wolfe. I want to send an extra special love to Ian and Dale, who gave us really big super chats tonight.
Thanks,
and
guys.
We cannot just send all of that love and support right back. But with that, I think, Oh, I'll send the Discord, blah, 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 blah in a second. But with that, I hope that you misfits enjoyed this episode of Skeptic Ranting, Unlocking the Mystery of Life, where, yes, we watched a video from the channel I'm sorry, James, please, I need to get this right. We watched a YouTuber channel parable religious history documentary called The Scientists Beginning to Doubt the Theory of Evolution, Unlocking the Mystery of Life, for a good time turning the life of the party upside down. I do, however, want to thank my co-host James W. along with our guests Peter, Beamsy, and C Science, as well as the people in chat, our awesome mods who make this stream so great. And of course, lovely viewers like you who make this channel even possible. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like. That upvote makes it go out through all of the algorithms, those spheres, and helps us reach an even larger audience. We got 101 on followers at twitch.tv/Amy Newman Skeptic. And I cannot thank all of you out there. In this episode, we crossed over 1,400. It sometimes goes back and forth, but it's been trending upwards. We've been moving in the right direction, and I could not, James, myself, Gizmo could not have done it without all of you. So love you all. Mwah, mwah, mwah. And of course, once you are a subscriber, and we should do maybe 150, maybe a 150 subscriber party. I don't know. We just love throwing parties.
1,500.
1,500? Yeah, why not? Just send it love. And of course, once you become a subscriber, you gain access to that bell icon there, which when turned to all, will send you reminders to see our streams or our premieres. That premiere is now almost, my one is going to hit 1,000, or it's at 800 right now, which is a 30 minutes from EF Dawa. I swear, I don't know if it's the fact that the atheists just love the theist versus atheist content, or the Muslims are like all this SEO and they're like, oh my God, Dawa. I don't know. We're going to find out. I think James and I are going to have to go on praises, standing, Dawas. We're going out. We're going to have to take the sales pitch places. Selling doubt. Yes, bell icon and all that fun stuff. Or hey, why not leave a comment once the video's done? You can also leave a super thanks, which is like a super chat, but for comments where you can help support us after we have already had all this fun and have something even more to say. And we're just sending that love right back to you. After the show, the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server opens up, the link of which is in the description below and will be sent into chat. As I think Stilette was saying, that is, oh my gosh. See, I have a coffin, and so I try not to burn, but and so that is right down there, along with all of our fantastic Twitch subscribers, channel members, Patreons, all the people supporting us. You can get our evolving badge system on YouTube by hitting the join button, though the best way to help us make even more content and unlock some perks is by checking out our Patreon and becoming a supporter at patreon.com/Amy Newman. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night.